Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 92nd business meeting before your term. This is the 15th council meeting of 2023 and includes 4 special sessions so far this year. Tonight's agenda is 58 pages long, containing 179 items. That includes public hearings on the proposed 2023-2024 city operating budget and Metro's annual 5-year capital plan entitled the Capital Improvements Budget. The agenda also includes a public hearing on a beer permit waiver, 42 resolutions, 108 first reading bills, 14 second reading bills, and 32 ordinances on third and final reading. The council will also consider 1 appointment and 1 reappointment to a Metro Board and Commissions. That will both come from Mayor John Cooper. The appointment is to the City Traffic and Parking Commission. The reappointment is to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreations. The most significant legislation before the council tonight is the budget ordinance on public reading. It is Mayor John Cooper's operating budget. The budget bill number is BL 2023-1867. Property tax levies bills are also here. They are BL 2023-1686. They're also on second reading tonight. They are unchanged from the current fiscal year. The proposed operating budget is $3.2 billion. That's up 6.2% from the current Metro spending plan. Much of that increase will go to schools and additional public safety employees. The budget also provides a 4% cost of living adjustments and a 3% step raises for Metro employees, including Metro Nashville public school employees. Those pay plans are also on tonight's agenda. There is a conversation within the council about increasing those across the board Metro employee pay raises. There are a number of Metro employees here tonight, no doubt, to speak during the public hearing, although any action about that for the council tonight is probably not going to come until third reading on the budget, which right now is set for the council's second meeting during the month of June. Actually, it'll be the third meeting, but when they meet again in regular session, it'll be on June 20th. Budget public hearing usually attracts a large number of speakers. The council chambers are pretty well full in the back. 3 years ago in 2020, you might remember, with a 34% property tax increase being proposed, the pandemic raging, and racial unrest in the community and across the country over the George Floyd murder, the budget public hearing lasted almost all night, with the council meeting not ending until sunrise on Wednesday morning. That is not expected to happen this year. The council has already been holding multiple committee meetings over the past few weeks, going over the budget requests, talking with department heads, school officials, and others about what needs should be addressed. The council is required to pass a budget and property tax raise for the Urban Services and General Services District by June 30th. If not, the mayor's budget and tax rates go into effect automatically. That's only happened once back in 2019. That's not highly unlikely to happen again this year, as no tax increase is being discussed as was back in 2019. The city's annual capital improvements budget is a 5-year planning document that does not appropriate any funds. However, any capital project the city plans to undertake must be in this budget. To add a project during the budget year requires a 2/3 or 27 votes to add that project in. Metro Charter requires the capital improvements budget to be adopted by June 15th of each year. Therefore, a special meeting of the council will be held next Tuesday on June 13th to give final approval of that bill this year. There may be some amendments added at that time, too, which I've already mentioned why that's important to have that in there. Otherwise, it takes 27 votes to add it in during the fiscal year. Under resolutions, under RS 2023-2187, the council urges the mayor's office, the Metro Health Department, Metro's Homeless Impact Division, and Metro Social Services to use some $1.1 million worth of housing pods, which were purchased during the pandemic, to now house the homeless. Some have reportedly been used by the Nashville Rescue Mission. The rest have been kept in storage so far. RS 2023-2194 would allocate over $4.5 million from the Bonds Funds for Affordable Housing to certain nonprofit organizations for the select purpose of constructing affordable or workforce housing for older adults. The nonprofits are the Urban League of Middle Tennessee and the Woodbine Community Organization. RS 2023-2195 accepts a $300,000 grant from the state to the Metro General Sessions Court to provide intensive court supervision, mental health treatment, drug testing, and substance abuse and treatment services as an alternative to incarceration. RS 2023-2207 accepts a $320,000 state grant to implement and coordinate activities and services related to HIV prevention, testing, diagnosis, treatment, and surveillance. RS 2023-2209 accepts a $500,000 state grant to address ethnic and racial disparities by providing a variety of services and reducing infant mortality for pregnant and parenting women. RS 2023-2200 accepts nearly $58,000 $100,000 federal grant to fund a field survey and completion of historical documentation of Nashville's mid-century African-American historic districts and those buildings that are there, aimed at to identify and try to preserve those particular buildings and those areas. RS 2023-2202 accepts an additional $18 million from the federal government and from state government to provide reimbursement for COVID-related eligible expenses that occurred back during the pandemic. RS 2023-2206 appropriates $500,000 to Planned Parenthood of Tennessee and Northern Mississippi for the agency to provide comprehensive sexual health education in Nashville and Davidson County and distribute safer sex supply kits, family planning counseling, birth control counseling, and birth control products. Under memorializing resolutions, the council will honor Vicki Yates upon the occasion of her retirement from the News Channel 5 network. It will recognize June as Nashville Pride Month, and this year being the 35th anniversary of the first Nashville Pride event. The council will also designate June 21st as Ask Day in Nashville. Ask is Asking Children Saves Kids campaign. It encourages parents to add one more safety question to conversations before a child visits other homes, and that is there an unlocked gun in your home? A late resolution marks the 50th anniversary of the Country Music Festival, which is about to be held downtown beginning in the next few days. There are 108 bills on first reading. That's quite a high number, and it appears it's possibly a sign that the end of the council term is ending in August, because this council is ending its term in August, at the end of August. Ordinances require approval on 3 readings. After tonight, the council will have only 5 council meetings left. At least those are regularly scheduled. Perhaps the most high-profile bill among first reading measures is to create a public-private partnership with owners of the Bristol Motor Speedway to renovate Nashville's historic fairgrounds and bring NASCAR racing back to town. The measure has long received opposition from neighbors in the fairground areas concerned about traffic and noise. The opposition now includes John Ingram, the owner of the Nashville's MLS soccer team, whose stadium is located right next door to the Speedway. Ingram has sent a letter to council members saying that the proximity is a recipe for disaster. Mayor John Cooper strongly supports the bill and believes 2 facilities next door is a positive. He has been in the council chambers tonight. Do not know if he's talking to council members about this particular bill. The council debate will begin on this in July. Not allowed to address something like this, of this kind of fiscal spending, until after we're out of the budget season, so it'll be in July before the council takes this back up again, assuming it's not deferred on first reading tonight. There's also a legal dispute now in the courts about whether it'll need final approval of this bill will take 21 or 27 votes. Under second reading ordinances, BL 2023-1869 would give the city's Transportation Licensing Board the ability to determine annually how many entertainment vehicles downtown are in the public interest and safety. The bill gives that board the right to renew or not to renew these party vehicle licenses as the board deems appropriate. There are amendments before the council tonight proposed, including one requiring the council approval if the Transportation Board decreases the number of party buses downtown. So those amendments and the bill itself could create some controversy and debate tonight. Other second reading bills include BL 2023-1449 to establish a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, and BL 2023-1857 to legalize the shooting of fireworks in Davidson County. But as amended in the last meeting, only a few hours would be allowed for that on the 4th of July. There are other amendments, including one requiring council approval next year to continue shooting fireworks on the 4th of July if the council decides this year is a good time to do that. The fire marshal opposes this bill. The fire department's also against it. The council has deferred the matter at the last meeting in order to get the Metro Police to weigh in. On third reading, there are 2 bills approving building leases for local charter schools. There are a number of council members who are opposed to charter schools, believing that they drain money from the public schools. Supporters say charter schools are public schools and should be supported. The 2 bills must receive 21 yes votes for final approval tonight. When the sudden death occurred last weekend of Nashville legislator Bill Beck from a heart attack, the council has a temporary vacancy to fill in the Davidson County delegation. Vice Mayor Jim Shulman may announce a timetable for the council to accept nominations and vote to fill that vacancy until a special election can be held later this year. Filling the vacancy now is more critical than usual because Governor Bill Lee has called the general session to special session in August to deal with gun-related legislation. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and the staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's council meeting into order shortly.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation tonight is brought to us by our own council member, Robert Swope.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please bow your heads. Father of us all, we come before you in humility and with gratitude for the countless blessings you have bestowed upon us, on this nation, this state, and the municipality that we all serve. Please lead us to adhere to our oaths of office so that we follow the constitutions and laws of the United States and the state of Tennessee in the way that those who adopted them intended them to be followed. Remind us that our fellow citizens look up to us and have expectations of us, so that we will set the example of high standards of conduct, civility, honesty, and ethics, both in our positions as members of this council and in our daily lives. May we always keep in mind that we are servants as well as leaders for the betterment of this community and the safety, education, health, prosperity, and well-being of everyone who lives and works in Nashville. Please inspire us as we meet and deliberate tonight, and protect us as we return home and engage in our occupations outside of this council. We pray that you protect those who protect us here and around the world. Heal those who are ill and comfort those who are mourning, especially at this time the family, friends, and colleagues of Representative Bill Beck. I would also like you to keep in mind your thoughts for John Kronjong in the loss of his wife, Katie, and his son, Jack, and his daughter, Cameron, who I married 6 years ago. And we just held the funeral for Katie 2 hours ago. In his holy name I pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You all may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from May 16, 2023? I got a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right, I did see the mayor here before, but obviously he didn't give you any messages. That's okay. At this point, we do have some potential candidates in the room, or candidates, and what we'd like to do is, if you would like to come forward, we allow folks that are running for office to come up to that back microphone, introduce themselves, and tell us what they're running for. So anybody here who is running for office, if you would, come on up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Johnson, and I'm running for mayor of Nashville because Music City's out of tune, and I want to tune it, and I hope you'll tune it with me.
Thank you.
Tasha Ellis, hopefully to be on the back row, representing District 29, Southeast Nashville. Going to work to make our district better together, and I hope that I get your vote of any folks that you know that live in my district.
All right, thank you. Next candidate.
My name is Sherrod Eddington. I'm a candidate for Metro Council District 11, Larry Hager's seat, and I want to ask for all of your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Montenegro, and I'm running for Metro Council District 9. I was an MMPS student, and I learned English while I was in MMPS. Then I became a translator for the school district, but I lived the fact that I couldn't afford to live in Nashville anymore as an MMPS employee. And that's one of the big reasons I'm running, because I believe that our schools need to be fully funded. I also believe...
We need you just to introduce yourselves and tell us what you're running for. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shamil Kamaguchi. I'm a community organizer, and I am running for City Council District 21.
All right, thank you. And we do have a lot of people running.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Thompson. I'm running for councilman in District 1, and I'd like to have your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hey, any other candidates here? All right, I do see Judge Melissa Blackburn. She is here, and looks like she's headed to the microphone. Do you want to be recognized?
Please. I just briefly like to thank the council for supporting the mental health initiative that is on the budget. Thank you all very much for your support, and I'll leave now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anybody else looking around? All right, thank you. We're all going to get through this tonight. We are all terribly saddened by the passing of our state representative and our community leader and our friend Bill Beck this past Sunday. We are all going to miss the joy and kindness that he brought to us every day. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. State Representative Carson W. Bill Beck was an icon in this city, and especially in Madison. I've had the good fortune of representing him for the past 4 years, and he's been an advisor, a supporter, and he's been a friend of mine. Whenever Bill met someone and they asked where he was from, his response always was, "I'm a Madison boy." Madison was fortunate to have so big of a champion as Bill. Later, many Nashvillians were fortunate to have him as our representative. He was a champion in the state legislature for us for the past 9 years. He wanted nothing more than to make sure that his neighbors were taken care of and made to feel special and appreciated. And he fought for people over profits, which is a value that I share with him. He was a happy warrior and a golden retriever, as we like to say. Representative Beck is survived by his wife, Pamela Beck, his daughter, Meredith Costello, his mother, Martha Cohn Beck, his sister, Perky Cannon, and his brother, Robert Beck, Jr. This afternoon, arrangements were announced, and they are on your desk. Representative Beck will lie in state on Thursday, June 8th, at the state capitol in the Legislative Lounge on the second floor from 2 to 6 p.m. The memorial service will be on Saturday, June 10th at the Polk Room of the Tennessee Performing Arts Center at TPAC at 11 a.m. and doors will open at 10:30 a.m. Council will formally recognize Representative Beck in the coming weeks. In a moment, I'm going to ask all of my colleagues to rise and stand with me for a moment of silence, but first I want to ask the representatives from Madison to stand with me for just a moment before everyone else. Council members. So we're just, certainly. So Representative Beck represented many areas as a Madison boy. I think that he fought so hard for Madison. I think it's important that council members Van Rees, Hancock, Young, and Gamble, all of whom represent the Madison area now, stand with him. And if everyone else, I know he represented many of our districts and touched many Nashvillians, and I would ask that everyone please rise with me for a moment of silence in remembrance of him.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. Well, we did get some good news yesterday. Our Hermitage Precinct Detective Donovan Coble, who was shot in the side and critically wounded last Thursday while engaging in a foot chase of a car burglary suspect, was discharged last evening from Vanderbilt University Medical Center, and he will continue his recovery at home. Okay, so we do have some business to take care of before we get to the public hearings on the budget. As I mentioned at the last council meeting, there is a vacancy in both the Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authority and the Cheatham County Rail Authority. Councilmember Roten and Stiles serve on those authorities respectively. Their terms expire on June 1st, 2023. We are supposed to take nominations tonight. To fill those slots, nominees must be at least 25 years of age, resided in Davidson County for at least 1 year. The election to fill those vacancies will be held on June 20th, 2023. So I am ready to take nominations. I see Councilmember Roten. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate my colleague, Councilmember Aaron Evans.
All right, for which one? The first one, Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authority? Yes. Does she know how to drive a train?
We are hoping. We will find out soon enough.
Any other nominations for the Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authority? Councilmember Stiles on this one? Okay. Any other nominations? Councilmember Evans, this is your chance to nominate somebody else. All right. For the nominations for the Cheatham County Rail Authority, Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Might seem like an odd request, but is it possible to serve on it for 2 terms?
I believe so. Yeah.
If so, I'd like to.
You can nominate yourself.
Great, then I nominate myself.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Stiles is serving in that role right now. Councilmember Porterfield?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was going to stand and nominate my colleague, Councilmember Stiles, but she beat me to it, so thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other nominations? All right. Seeing none, nominations close. We have one member nominated for the Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authority and one for the Cheatham County Rail Authority. We'll take care of filling those vacancies at the next meeting. All right. Now, there are 3 vacancies also that we announced at the last meeting on the newly created Nashville Music, Film, and Entertainment Commission, which are to be filled by the Metro Council. These individuals will serve an initial 1-year term. Thereafter, these terms will be 4 years. We will follow Rule 50 in these appointments. Nominations for these 3 slots are to be made by council members tonight, and also the elections will be held on the June 20th, 23 meeting. The floor is open for nominations. I see a couple of hands. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Brian Sexton and Chris Cobb.
Brian Sexton and Chris Cobb. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Stiles.
I'd like to nominate, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Garth Brooks, Shannon Sanders, Sally Williams, and Jason Padgett.
Okay. Do we have them all? No, I'm talking about did we get the 4 that she's? Mr. Clark, did we get all 4 names? Would you go through those? I got Mr. Brooks, okay? Could you go through the other 3 just slowly so we make sure we get their names correct?
Shannon Sanders, Sally Williams, and Jason Padgett, P-A-D-G-I-T-T.
Okay, these individuals have to appear, right? Okay. So I assume we'll have a full house at the next meeting. All right. All right. Somebody, I've got other, Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to nominate Stephanie Silverman.
Okay. Councilmember Hurd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Dr. Salita Holloway.
Okay, other nominations? Councilmember Swope, got you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to nominate John Huey, co-head of CAA, Kurt Hahn, owner of Film House, Carrie Nelson Birch, and Nick Birren from Alliance Bernstein. And Birren is spelled B-I-R-R-E-N.
Okay, we're trying to write as fast as we can. Would you go over those 4?
John Huey, H-U-I-E.
Okay.
Kurt Hahn, H-A-H-A-N. Carrie Nelson Birch, just like it sounds.
Okay.
And Nick Birren, B-I-R-R-E-N.
Okay. Mr. Clark, you got all that? Okay. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Gary West, Gary with 2 R's, William Lowery, Chris Capizzoli, and Manuel Delgado.
Mr. Clark, do we need to repeat those? Yeah. Councilmember Allen, if you would.
Gary West with 2 R's, William Lowery, Chris Capizzoli, and Manuel Delgado.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Jerry Pentecost, and I believe Councilmember Syracuse already nominated Thomas Oliverio, but I want to make, no, okay, and then also Thomas Oliverio.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, got those? Okay. Any other nominations? All right. Seeing none, we've got, Councilmember Mendez.
Can I just, this is a point of order when you have all the nominations done with?
I think we're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an election for 3 spots. And so we're going to spend an hour doing manual votes where we write it on a piece of paper, narrowing the field.
These things are held pursuant to Rule 50.
Yeah.
So if that's what we have to do, that's what we'll have to do.
All right. Well, fingers crossed something congeals between now and then.
Okay. Any other nominations? All right. All right. I think that's it for messages. As I usually say, please remember the people in the world in your thoughts and prayers, including the people of Ukraine. Again, lots of problems in so many places. As you know, we lost a 4-year-old child since the last council meeting. We want you to hope for peace in this world. All right. Lots of very sad things going on. We are ready for elections and confirmations. I believe it's Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had the Parks and Recreation Board reappointment of Ms. Susanna Scott Barnes and voted 4-0 to defer 1 meeting. I'll make that motion.
Okay, so that's to defer 1 meeting, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the motion is to defer 1 meeting on Susanna Scott Barnes for the Parks Board. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral say aye. Opposed, no. The This one's deferred one meeting, and you've got one more, right?
Yes, Mr. President, we have the Traffic and Parking Commission appointment of Mr. Domingo Santos Gonzalez for a term expiring April 3rd, 2027. We voted to approve, 4 in favor, none against, and I move approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve Domingo Santos Gonzalez for the appointment to the Traffic and Parking Commission. I've got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That's adopted. Mr. Domingo Santos Gonzalez, are you here? There you are. Thank you for agreeing to serve on the Traffic and Parking Commission. I hope you have fun with that. Would you all join me? Would you all join me in thanking him? All right, we are now ready for resolutions. I think we have one, and we have two bills on public hearing tonight. Before we start, we do have an individual here who can help with Spanish translation, Ms. Day Ruiz. If you would come to that back microphone and just let people know that you are here to help. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Yo voy a ser su intérprete en español para la sesión de hoy. Si requieren mis servicios, estoy aquí adelante. Gracias.
All right, thank you. All right, we are now ready for resolutions and bills on public hearing. I will call up, we have, again, just one resolution. I'll call up the resolution and the two bills one at a time, and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the resolution or bill, and then I will ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the resolution or bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I will ask you to come forward, find that back microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. So the first measure we've got up tonight is a resolution on public hearing. It's item F. It's number 1 on the agenda. It's by Councilmember O'Connell. It's a resolution exempting Palito Restaurant located at 1300B 3rd Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess we've got a late filed amendment on this one, so I need to, I don't know, I can open the public hearing. I don't think it'll affect anything, but I will need to suspend the rules.
All right, we do have we need a committee report from government operations, and does anybody have that report? Councilmember
There's not one.
What, there's not one?
No, I didn't get to committee on this one.
You went to go, did you go to?
Not for this, not for the late file on that.
Not for the late file, but for the bill.
Yes, for the bill, sorry.
Okay, all right. Anybody have the report from government operations? Oh, Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered the resolution, not the late filed amendment, and voted, I believe, 7 in favor of recommendation and 0 against.
Okay. All right, Councilmember O'Connell, do you want to just go ahead with the public hearing?
Yeah, we can go ahead with the public hearing.
Okay. All right. I'm going to declare the public hearing open on RS 2023-2192. Again, this is about Palito Restaurant. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this resolution. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. Didn't see any hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, please.
All right. So, again, this one I think did not go to rules. So what you're asking for is suspend the rules to get a late filed amendment on this. Is there any objection to suspension of rules to consider this late filed amendment? Any objection? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your late filed amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment with a brief comment.
Okay. Got a motion to approve the amendment properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is a template established by historic Germantown neighbors for distant waivers for beer permits in the neighborhood. This site is actually one that was for a location that previously had one, but they've just got sort of a set of expectations that they're including. They know it's non-binding, but I think it's been a good faith gesture for people pursuing these waivers with the neighborhood, and they established the template, but I was too late in getting it filed with the office to have it be timely filed. I apologize to the community for that. But here we are, and I think if colleagues would support this, it will make the neighborhood and the establishment represent their collaboration more effectively. Thank you.
All right, so we have an amendment on the bill. It's been properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. You're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of RS 2023-2192 as amended for passage. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2023-2192 as amended for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. All right, we are now on section G of the agenda. It's bills on public hearing. It's on page 2. There are 2 bills up tonight. The way they're listed is the second one is BL 2023-1867, which is the budget ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2024. Item number 3 is BL 2023-1880, which is the capital improvements budget. If no one has an objection, we'd like to switch the order so we can go ahead and get the capital improvements budget, just go ahead and have the public hearing and then focus, which most people here are ready to focus on the budget. Any objection to that? We're just switching the order. We'll take up the capital improvements budget first. Okay. Without objection, we'll do that. Okay, so we are on, for those in the audience, we're on item number 3. Okay, we're just switching the order. It's BL 2023-1880 by Council Members Roten and Withers. It's an ordinance adopting the 2023-2024 through 2028-2029 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government for fiscal year 2023-2024. This is not the operations budget. This is our capital improvements budget, which is basically our wish list of items that go in a big binder of things that we could eventually do in a capital spending plan. That's what it is. It is not the operations budget. That's going to be the next item. Okay. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Roten. You're recognized.
Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like me to get the committee reports before the public hearing?
Sure.
Committee reports, please.
All right. We've got 2 planning and zoning. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized. This is on BL 2023-1880.
I apologize for that.
It's okay.
The Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Roten, you've got the Budget and Finance Committee.
Budget and Finance approved, 14 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. And you want this one re-referred, right?
I would I would move to approve and then re-refer to the budget, the joint Budget and Finance and Planning Committee on the 13th.
Okay, just remember to do that after we have
I will
the
do that at
hearing.
the end, and I will move to open the public hearing.
Okay, so I've got so Councilmember Roten has moved to open up the public hearing on 2023-1880. Again, this is just the capital improvements budget. A show of hands of those who are here in support of that measure. Okay, I got one hand. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Okay. Ma'am, would you like to speak on the capital improvements budget? Come on up.
Thank you so much.
I need your name,
Yes.
address, and then you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you so much. My name is Kathleen Williams. There's a number of us here representing the Alliance to Conserve Nashville's Highland Rim Forest. There's a big group, and you're all welcome to come up. There's only going to be 3 of us speak, though. I bet you're happy to hear that. And I wanted to show you this map real quickly. This is just an aerial of Nashville, and these numbers represent parks and conservation projects. This is a big arc of forest that surrounds Nashville, and it is crucial for the health and safety of us now and for future generations. And I want to tell you about the budget amendments and about this Alliance to Conserve Nashville's Highland Rim Forest. There are, I've directed land conservation groups for 30 years in Tennessee, and I studied our geography and our environment. And I've lived in Nashville since I was 18 years old, and just recently did I realize that we live in a grand forest. Nashville is tucked up against a grand forest that goes all the way from Radnor Lake through Warner Parks to Bells Bend to Beeman Park in the northwest, and then over towards the east, towards Madison. And wouldn't Mr. Beck be pleased that we're proposing a new regional park for that area to help conserve the Highland Rim Forest. It's 100,000 acres in Nashville, and the only reason it's still intact in there is because it's got such steep slopes, and a lot of it is not buildable. But people find a way to mess things up, and it is happening to the Highland Rim Forest, and we have got to conserve it. And I'm grateful to Councilwoman Berkeley Allen for sponsoring a couple of amendments to help conserve it and start now. I'll tell you that it's a grand forest, and that sounds like hyperbole, or that it sounds like I'm exaggerating, but have you been to Radnor Lake? Radnor Lake is part of the Highland Rim Forest, and so is Warner Parks. And you've got those dramatic hills that are 1,100 feet tall.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Those 2 minutes go by really fast.
Oh, my God. I'll speed up.
No, so it's over.
Well, can I say one sentence?
You can, we try to stop that, but you can say one sentence.
Okay, one sentence is, it's been planned for years. We need no more plans. It's in plan to play. We need to conserve Nashville's Highland Rim Forest.
That sounds like two sentences. That's okay.
Judson.
All right, so we really are going to try, because we have a lot of people to speak, we're going to try to keep it right at 2 minutes. So when you hear that noise, that annoying noise, that means your 2 minutes are up. Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am, name, address, and then you've got 2 minutes.
McHale Houghton, 35 Peabody Street, Cumberland River Compact Executive Director. The Cumberland River Compact appreciates Metro Council's confidence in us as the Route Nashville operational partner to restore Nashville's urban canopy. This year, we worked with neighborhoods, nonprofit partners to plant well over 6,000 trees. And now, as we fully enter summer, I have a staff of 10 watering every day 3,000 trees a week. We do this to keep those newly planted trees alive. The city decided that the tree canopy was valuable enough to launch a campaign with lofty goals and to fund that campaign. We all know that the services provided by trees give us clean water, clean air, and a beautiful city. I will state the obvious. It's easier to leave a forest intact than it is to rebuild a forest. Over the last 15 years, we've added parks to important parts of our city. As called out in Plan to Play, Nashville Next, and our open space plan, Nashville Naturally, we still need to add more parks for our citizens. This proposal, Nashville's Highland Rim Forest, provides us with an important opportunity to develop a strategy to create the corridors between our park systems and add parks for all Nashvillians while preserving the intact forests that give us clean air, clean water, and a beautiful city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Name, address, and 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm Judge Newbern at 501 Waxwood Drive, and there are two amendments that Councilwoman Allen is helping to bring forward. First is a $250,000 master plan that would consolidate a lot of the efforts from Nashville Next and other existing studies to have the best approach for conserving this ecological system we're talking about. I'm trained as a landscape architect and had 30 years of overseeing the Vanderbilt University campus. And one of the things that I do know is a master plan is crucial. If we could take the conceptual plans that we currently have, do a way to develop an actual implementation plan for this Highland Rim that's still in keeping with the existing plans, it would make a huge difference. The other item is the $2 million from this year's budget surplus for land acquisition to fund 2 anchor parks that were in plan to play. One would be on the north side of town in the ridges and valleys to conserve the headwaters of Whites Creek. Make a regional park for Goodlettsville, Madison, and downstream of Bordeaux too. Plan to play shows this as a gap area, and we need it for conserving the Whites Creek Greenway. The second of that acquisition would be the headwaters of Richland Creek, an existing pocket park in Westmead that includes a waterfall and a cave. That could create a 300-acre corridor of old-growth forest. It's been planned for decades and planned to play, and we would hope to have the opportunity to do this. In general, a city of our caliber and visibility needs to set an example and use a segment of this Highland Rim geologic formation that runs through the city. It's one of the single largest carbon sinks of any city in the U.S. The rim is an iconic landmark we could add to the country music banner, telling people we also cover the green country. Branding the forest is to encourage.
That's the timer.
Okay. Thank you for your support.
All right. So you said 3. Does anybody else wish to speak? Oh, okay. Come on up, name, address, and then 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jim Gregory. I'm with the Nashville Tree Conservation Corps. My address is 4115 Dry Fork Road. So I'm here often to speak for trees, and of course, it's no surprise, I'm here to talk about trees again. I hope that you received a bunch of emails from a lot of your constituents to talk about the importance of Nashville's Highland Rim. I was going to restate kind of maybe what you already heard, is that there's 100,000 forests surrounding Nashville right now. And if we just preserve just 10,000 of those acres, we would have the largest urban forest in the country, which rivals Dallas's Texas Great Trinity Park. And then it could also possibly be the largest in the world. So Nashville has this amazing asset. It's a part of our natural beauty. It's a part of our identity. And if it goes, so goes a lot of the benefits that all of our people and citizens collect as well. So I hope that you all consider amending the budget to add some conservation to the city, because it would be the first time we've ever done something this big. And we've got a lot of work ahead of us, because preserving 100,000 acres of woods is a large task. So thank you all for your support and all the service that you do to our great city.
All right, thank you. If you want to speak, come on up. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Susan Shan, 5476 Old Hickory Boulevard, Ashland City, Tennessee. That is within Davidson County, by the way. And I don't have any prepared statements, but I just want to say I thank Berkeley Allen for supporting this legislation. There are some things that are more valuable than money, but they require money to be sustained. And so I just feel, as a citizen of Nashville and as somebody who, why is this mic going in and out? As someone who values the parks tremendously and values this initiative and the work of all the people involved, this is really a big part of our identity as a city, is to be able to maintain something as precious as this forest canopy. So I know that I'm standing here and I probably represent a lot of people who aren't here. And I hope you'll really seriously consider this as important as I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm Stephanie. I live in Whites Creek off of Green Lane, so I live in that area as well with the forest. And I just want to say that we can't breathe money, so we need our trees. Every time I drive through Whites Creek down Briley Pikeway, I'm always amazed at the majesty of our trees. And so I just want to make sure you consider that above all else, because without our trees and our wildlife, we won't be here either. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, my name is Ian Rett. I'm at 4600 Cato Road, and I just want to challenge Nashville to claim the title of largest urban forest in the world. It is possible for us to do it. We can do it. Please help us do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Come on up.
I'm Willie Honiger, living 6522 Rolling Fork Drive in Westmead. I would like to make aware that one of these parcels is a 300-acre corridor between Westmead and Bellevue, covered entirely by old-growth forest. It is the centerpiece of that Highland Rim forest and is stretching from Highway 70 almost all the way to Charlotte Pike. So it's a really big corridor. Part of this land is endangered of being developed. If it would happen, it would interrupt the entire Highland concept. If protected, it could be added to the Warner Parks and, as other people said, making it the largest metro park in the nation. And it's urgently needed as our city is joining the Urban Bird Treaty. It just happened, I think. Tom Druffel, our council member, Angie Henderson, and Berkeley Allen all know that corridor. And I would like to ask you to support this initiative. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
It turned on. Hi, Joy Andal, 2197 Nolensville Pike, and I'm here to ask y'all to fully fund the following tonight in the budget. As I was reading through the capital improvements, I came across the playground at Coleman Park with accessible playground equipment to be added to that. I think that's wonderful. I have babies that I took care of, children that are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s now. Some of them still like to swing in even adult swings. So thank y'all for Councilman Walsh for considering this, and all of y'all that you consider it. I would like to see the Better Bus program fully funded. I would like you to throw as much as you can at traffic calming, Vision Zero, and completing sidewalk networks. I'm here to talk about accessibility tonight. Some of us are very independent and want to keep our independence. It's not a luxury, it's a right. And so we're just trying to live right along with everybody else. And thank y'all for considering crosswalks at Haywood and Nolensville, and a wheelchair softball field, a bus shelter at Nolensville and Wallace. And you know, I grew up and went swimming at that park, at that pool down on Pillar Park on Neely's Bend. I love that y'all are considering that you're funding a pedestrian bridge. So thank you. We need more accessible housing on bus routes. I'm on 52. I picked that one because I see so many, I can ride so often and I can go so many places, but I want the 77 across town more than once an hour. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Helen Tarleton. I live at 7135 Old Hickory Boulevard in Whites Creek. And I'm thinking about the Highland Rim Initiative and what a beautiful symbol of unity it would supply or provide to the Nashville community, so that citizens who live in the north side of town would have access to the kinds of parks like Percy Warner Park and Edwin Warner Park that are available to people on the west side of town. So, and that would be true because of it being a rim, that would be true all the way around the city. So there would be no discrepancy between where people have access to this beautiful legacy that we have in the woods. So I'm hoping that you'll seriously consider it as a symbol of unity in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Anybody wishing to speak? Oh, come on up. Again, we are on the capital improvements budget. It's BL 2023-1880. This is the public hearing on that measure.
I just want to say, as a product of Nashville,
name, address.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Tim
I know you've been up
Thompson.
here. Yeah.
My address is 3453 West Hamilton Avenue. I grew up in West Nashville, and I enjoyed the times playing at Harpeth River, canoeing. I actually canoe to this day, and even canoeing up at the old lake up in Jolton. And I still today enjoy the long rides and stuff through West Tennessee, West Nashville, southern parts of Tennessee, and I also enjoy hiking. I think it would be a great idea to support this for the simple fact of to conserve the natural forestry of our city and of our state, and it'd be greatly appreciated if you do.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else on, come on up. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lisa Proctor. I live at 4129 Dry Fork Road in Whites Creek, and I am the vice president of Friends of Whites Creek, a neighborhood organization that is a nonprofit. Kathleen Williams came to us in April and spoke at our meeting, our neighborhood meeting, and we were excited and on fire to think that Whites Creek headwaters could be conserved by this initiative. And so we partnered along with 12 other organizations, I think to date, have partnered with and now formed an alliance. So we're serious about this, and we're excited about this, and we want you to be too. Whites Creek is a jewel, and we fought to protect it. The Whites Creek watershed is one of the largest in Davidson County. The headwaters in our area need to be protected. They flow through and all the way to the Cumberland River, as you know. So 100,000 acres of natural forest that encircles Davidson County. As we sit in the basin and you look around you, you see the Highland Rim. That is what would make Nashville very special. And that's why we're very excited too, on a broader scale than just Whites Creek. So please take some time, look at the information that's been sent to you, look at the maps, see what we want to do, see what Kathleen wants to do, and the Alliance. And we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak on the capital improvements budget? Anybody else? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. You all can sit back down if you'd like. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, move approval and re-referral to the June 13th meeting, and the re-referrals to both Budget and Finance and Planning and the joint meeting.
All right, so the motion is to re-refer back to both committees, and then this one will be put on the special meeting, which is going to be called on June 13th to consider this measure. That's what the motion is, and it's passing tonight on second reading. Go to third reading on the June 13th calendar. Okay, that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just because my name was brought forth a couple of times, I just want to thank all the people in green who came out to talk about the Highland Rim. Just in terms of process, that's not something we're going to discuss tonight. It will come up in our budget work sessions, and I want those folks to know that that discussion will happen on that. It may land more in operating budget than in CIB, but they've spoken. I've told them they don't need to speak again during operating budget, but I appreciate the fervor and the energy to protect our trees. Thank y'all so much for coming, and back to the CIB.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Anybody else on this one? Again, we're passing this one tonight. It'll show up on third at the special meeting next Tuesday night. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2023-1880 for passage on second reading with a re-referral back to the committees, and it'll show up again on June 13th. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading, and the motion passes. All right, so we're now on the operations budget. It's BL 2023-1867, BL 2023-1867. That's the budget ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2024. This is the operations budget. Councilmember Roten and Gamble are the sponsors. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On this one, we will be moving to approve and then re-refer to the 620 council meeting and back to budget and finance as well. We had a committee meeting on this yesterday. The committee voted 14 in favor, 0 against. We also have a proposed amendment from Councilmember Mendez. I think he wants to take it up on third reading. I'll let him speak. If he wants to speak tonight, that's fine, or if he wants to just put that off until third. He's shaking his head, so we're just going to put that off till third. And so with that, I would move to open the public hearing.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open on the budget ordinance. We won't take this for or against. Anybody wishing to speak on the budget ordinance, if you would, go ahead and line up. I know we have a lot of people here. We also have some people outside. We will let everybody speak, so it's not a race. Just
we're doing this. You're in right? You know Mark Busted. Yeah, we party there. You have on a T-shirt that you get for it. Yeah.
All right. So what I need is when you come up, if you give me your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes. And again, when that noise, you can see the clock running down. When you see that noise and the red lights and that horn, that means that your time is up. All right. Name, address, and 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Hello. My name is Lisa Bubert. I am the children's librarian at the Madison Library, and I'm also the union steward here representing the interests of our Metro employees, all the people in purple that you see behind me. It's no secret that Metro does not pay its workers enough to live in this city. It's just a simple fact. According to the you're cutting my time. According to the Inclusivics report, Metro Human Relations found that we're losing employees to out-of-county living at a rapid rate. Even this morning, the Benefits Board unfortunately voted against an expansion of health care services for Metro employees. One of the reasons given, well, we already can't retain employees because our pay is terrible, so let's not expand health care coverage and raise rates on employees who already can't afford to live here. That was a reason given for not expanding health care. And if that's not some backwards American logic, I really don't know what is. In the library alone, here are some of the comments we have regarding pay. Quote, being married is the only way I can afford to keep my job in this city. This is from the librarian who is running the summer reading challenge for the entire city. I have a roommate and no car. That's how I'm getting by. I've dropped my hopes of getting an MLIS. That's the master's degree that you need to have in order to be a librarian. This is from a circulation worker who actually she could have a wonderful career in librarianship, but she needs a degree in order to move on. Another employee states that her combined income with her husband, who works in IT, is still not enough to allow them to live in county, and they just had a newborn. For context, again, this is a senior librarian. That job requires a master's degree and several years of experience. It starts at about 55 for a senior librarian, multiple years of experience. Another, quote, I'm getting divorced and I have no idea where or how I will live. This was another senior librarian who has worked for Metro for several years. The library is the third lowest paid department in all of Metro. Don't just vote 5%, vote 7% like the Civil Service Commission recommended. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Vice Mayor, Council, honorary Council people. Thank you for all the work that you do. I'm Andy Rudloff. I live on McKinney, 37206. I've been a working artist, solely making my income as an artist for over 20 years here in Metro Nashville. Our funding for Metro Nashville Arts Commission and now Metro Arts has not increased in over 30 years. So I've gotten real crafty about how to make a living here. As you heard our previous speaker talk about, our living wage is just not enough. If you can remember Opryland Amusement Park, that's where I got my start. They would lock me in the park at night and ask me to paint murals. And then in the morning, as the sun came up, I came out of the park with getting the job done. So I'm still getting the job done, but am really scrambling. And we have a new sense of purpose here in Nashville. Not only does Nashville base a lot of their tourism and economy on our creative culture, but we call ourselves Music City, but we also are about all of the arts. And when we think about that, we have to really think about all the disciplines. I'm a visual artist. We have performative artists. We have culinary artists. I mean, think about all these people that are contributing to this culture, and understand that the Metro Nashville Arts Commission, aka Metro Arts, has a real sense of purpose and at this point, and really great leadership right now with Daniel. And I urge you to increase their funding, not just for people like me, but for people who will be here after me, because I'm at the tail end of my career. So if you have enjoyed what I have done for 30 years in this town, thank you. If you don't notice it, stop and notice some of the art occasionally. We really are not only wayfinders, but we're also creating a real sense of community. When people come into each neighborhood, they get a better sense of knowing who we are. Thank you.
Andy, I have a question for you. Did they really lock you in the park at night? Okay. All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Frida Player. I'm the Vice Chair and Budget and Finance Chair for Metropolitan School Board. I live in 2913 Selena Drive in Councilwoman Wells' district. Vice Mayor, Chair Roten, Vice Chair Gamble, and Chair Suara, and other council members. I'm here today and speak in favor of the historic investment proposed by Mayor Cooper in Metro Public Schools. First, there was a $100 million reoccurring operating funds that will ensure the city will fully fund our continuity of operations budget, increase teacher pay, and support employees, create more than 300 additional classroom associates positions that will cover teacher absences with staff who know and understands the students they serve, increase principal and administrative salaries to retain and recruit great leaders, and allow us to offer free school lunches to all of our students beyond the life of ESSER. For the first time in many years, MNPS saw a significant budget increase in the 2021-22 school year. We had the highest paid teachers in the state of Tennessee. That year, we became a level 5 TVOS growth district and had a record number of reward schools. Now, we're receiving greater improvement in student outcomes with the highest number of third grade students achieving proficiency in their ELA exams, which goes to show investing in public schools pay off. Now, in this year's budget, not only we would see a record recurring investment, but also the use of MNPS fund balance to further advance our district and significant investment in infrastructure that will allow us to have 2 more pre-K classrooms in every one of our MNPS elementary schools. Providing high-quality pre-K instructions to more students will lead to greater academic results for the years to come while helping our family expand through child care opportunities. We know that students do not come to us from the same place. Reading well before. Anyway.
Always hate to cut off school board members, but we have to.
I understand. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hi, I'm Michelle Johnson, and that's 1715 Linden Avenue. I'm the Executive Director of the Tennessee Justice Center, and I'm here to talk about a vital need in funding the Tennessee Justice Center's public health efforts in the Napier-Sudicum community in District 17 and 19. TJC is a public interest law firm and advocacy organization founded in 1996, serving low-income families across Tennessee. And though our work extends across the state, our home is in Nashville, and we're proud to be joining the Napier-Sudicum community in a couple of months with the completion of our new offices at 155 Lafayette. TJC advocates for healthcare and nutrition assistance for families trying to make their way with these basic needs, and we work to make these programs more effective and responsive. Our effectiveness has earned us grants from the CDC and from the USDA. As you may know, TennCare just resumed a process suspended during COVID of reviewing eligibility for the 1.7 million folks on TennCare, and about half of those are children. The state estimates that 500,000 people in our state will lose health coverage. We know from experience in our state and in other states that are ahead of us that of those 500,000, the vast majority will still be eligible, but they won't be able to survive the red tape hurricane coming at them. So we are asking, as we see this unfold, this emergency unfold, we're asking for you to fund a $60,000 grant for TJC to help those Napier families, 90% of which are children who are eligible for TennCare and half of the adults are eligible for TennCare, help them through this process. We know it's going to be costly for the city if these kids can't access the health care that they need to survive. So thank you for considering it, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next speaker.
Hi, Kristen Baker, 207 Belclaire Place. Hey, Metro Council, I'm here to speak on behalf of arts funding and increased arts funding. I'm a local filmmaker here in Nashville. I actually make movies. The last 5 I shot in Nashville, and my next one I'm going to be shooting up in Goodlettsville. I tried to go to Los Angeles and make movies out there, and interestingly enough, it's much harder than in Nashville, and the arts is what makes this city great. So any way that you can increase the number of people engaging in arts, the number of kids engaging in arts. The film community is absolutely growing and thriving because of this great city. And the more we can increase arts funding, I think the better and more robust the city will be as well. So thank you so much. Thanks for all that you do. And please consider increasing the arts funding for Metro Art. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jenny Ellis. I'm in District 24 at 5519 Meadowcrest Lane. I started in Metro as a librarian 1 in 2003. I was making about $32,000 a year, found a 2-bedroom apartment that was $600 a month in Hillsborough Village. I was able to spend under 25% of my salary on rent, and I was even able to start saving for retirement. Someone starting as a librarian 1 in 2023 makes about $47,000 a year. If that person wants to stay under a quarter of their salary for rent, they need to find housing at $979 a month. And a 1-bedroom in Nashville is well above that price. Our buying power has decreased dramatically in 20 years because our salaries have not kept pace with inflation. I'm here to ask you to fund the cost of living adjustment at 5%. Cost of living adjustments are not raises. COLA increases affect our pay scale and help ensure that employees don't top out at what they're able to make. What I mean by that is every employee has a salary range. Once you hit your last step, you're at the top of your range. So if I'm at the top of my range and you guys pass a 3% merit raise, I don't get it. My wages will never increase by getting a merit raise. As time goes by, my buying power is going to decrease. Over time, based on buying power, I'm going to be making less money year over year. If you fund COLA, people at the top of their ranges can get salary increases. If you give us a 5% COLA increase, the top of my salary range and everybody else's in Metro goes up. My range will increase, which means my salary increase. So I'm not getting a raise. My buying power isn't better, but I haven't lost as much ground. Please fund step and merit increases, yes, absolutely. But I'm asking you to fund COLA at 5%. 7% would be amazing. Because cost of living raises are the most critical thing you could fund because they improve the standard of living of all Metro employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Howdy, I'm James Brown. I live at 737 Mirror Drive out in Bellevue. I've been coming here saying this for years. Anybody who works for a living ought to make a living. Anybody who works in this city ought to be able to live in this city. It's not hard. You know it's true. The Civil Service Commission said 7%. I think that's a reasonable number. Please give us 7%.
Thank you.
I'm Kyle
Kyle Cook, Meadowcrest Lane, SEIU Local 205 shop steward. In his budget, Mayor Cooper asked for 4% cost of living and 3% for steps and open range. He's calling this a 7% raise to keep pace with inflation, but I want you to understand this isn't a 7% raise. 3% of this raise is pay that is already promised to us in our service rules. You already get step increases, so this is not a 3% bonus. Not everyone will even get that 3%, and I want to go over some of the people who won't see that this year. For employees on the step schedule, raises are only applied on our anniversary date. So if you were hired in May or June, you're not going to see that raise until next May or June. Employees who've been here more than 5 years, they only get step increases every other year. So they won't see any step increase this year. And HR identified 350 people in Metro who fit in that category. They are not eligible for step this year. Open range employees who have reached the top of their pay range also won't see any merit increase or 3%. HR has calculated this group to be at least 630 people. COLA is guaranteed for everyone, and that's why I'm asking you to fund the 5% for COLA. The December CPI was 8.3, and that's the number that our city uses to calculate COLA. So 4% COLA is still a pay cut in terms of real dollars. Housing, childcare, transportation, these are areas where the costs have risen the fastest, and we need to pay your workers in order to fight those problems. Please fund the steps of merit increases, but if you want to hire and keep your staff, 4% COLA doesn't get you there. Make public employees a priority, changing COLA to 5%. And if you're thinking we don't have that kind of money, well, according to the Finance Department's report that I read, you do, and you could amend the mayor's priorities to put workers first.
Right, thank you. Next speaker.
Alexandria Danner, 265 38th Avenue North. I'm a lifelong Tennessean and 10-year resident of Nashville. I work at Nashville Public Library and act as a Metro Union steward for SEIU Local 205. I'm a proud trans woman, and I am a human being that's affected by the decisions that you make. I'm asking for you to support a 7% cost of living adjustment for Metro employees. I have devoted my life to serving this community, yet I cannot afford the basic necessities of a fruitful and happy life. I was even told this morning to my face by the Metro Benefits Board that my life-saving health care is not worthy of coverage by our insurance plan. I was told that God doesn't make mistakes and that I'm not worth the investment. I was told that I would have to pay out of pocket, but I don't even have enough money to pay my rent, much less afford these necessary medical procedures. I am on the verge of having to move out of the city that I love and work in as a Metro employee, as are many of the people who will be speaking before you today. I have been told time and time again by this Metro government that my life is not worth the investment, but I'm devoted to the community that I serve, and that's why I'm here. This council easily chose to spend $760 million on a new stadium. This council never hesitates to pay for a pretty building or a facelift. Well, Nashville may have a pretty face, but this city is anemic. We are starving out the lifeblood of this community. Look at the people before you. We are the people teaching your children, the people saving your house when it's on fire. We are the people making sure you have safe water to drink and the ones making sure your trash leaves your home. We are the people who are saving those who have fallen through the cracks, the very people who this legislative body claims to serve. And so I ask you again, what are your priorities as a legislative body? What are we worth to you? And what is all this tourism for? If it's not to support the working class citizens of Nashville, then who are you serving? Why do developers and business interests seem to have your ear while we're having to beg for a living wage? I'm asking you to vote for a 7% cost of living increase for all in Metro employees. We'll see you on Election Day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The proverbial tough act to follow. My name is Janet Calvo. I'm a resident of Davidson County. I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer, and most importantly, I'm a very active voter. You've heard from these people today. I'd like to tell you about my experience with the Nashville Public Library and ask you to fully fund the library. I retired from Channel 4 in February of last year, and one of the first things I did was go down to the Church Street Library and renew my card. Books are fun, but I ask you also to think outside the books. Our library has a seat exchange program that affects my day-to-day life exponentially. I'm out in my garden putzing around, and it's a quality of life issue for myself. Also, you've heard about the arts tonight. I go and get art from the library. It's in partnership with the Metro Arts Commission, and I can go to the Madison branch or Southeast branch and check out works of art that enriches my home. We also run an Airbnb because we cannot afford to downsize in our economy. So we supplement with an owner-occupied Airbnb, and we like featuring the local artists. It enriches experiences for people coming to our city. The Community Passport has gotten me into attractions all over town that I normally wouldn't be able to go and see. And then they just rolled out the Library of Things. I'm on the waiting list for the ice cream maker. And all this might sound, inconsequential compared to these issues that are being discussed, but this is my day-to-day life. And the Nashville Public Library serves elderly, youth, families, and also the underserved in our community day after day with tons of programs. Please fund it and think outside the box.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Elisa Mann. I am a lifelong visitor and frequenter of the Nashville Public Library system. I'm here to ask you to fully fund the Nashville Public Library. I grew up as a child. My parents took me there kind of for fun. It became something that we really look forward to and became a place that I really nurtured my enthusiasm for reading and learning. As a high schooler, I was at Hume Fogg, so I spent my after-school time at the main library. It's where I studied for the ACTs and studied for the SATs. And now as a graduate student, as my colleague mentioned, the library is a resource beyond books. I can get a hotspot if I need to do work outside of my house. It's also just a critical resource for people who are children or are adult literacy learners. It's a place for financial education. It's a place for people to learn about their wellnesses, and it's also a critical resource for building community and really fostering friendships and relationships with the people who live around you. So again, I come here as an advocate of the library and ask you to fully fund the Nashville Public Library system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Cameron Mitchell. I'm the Poet Laureate of Murfreesboro, and my address is 5000 Mountain Springs Road in Antioch, Tennessee. And I want to advocate for the arts, Metro Arts, to have $12 million in funding, because funding for the arts is going to really help us in many different ways. I have done spoken word poetry, I am an actor, and I'm also a teaching artist. As an artist who's been doing this for over 10 years, I've been able to reach youth through organizations like Southern Word, where we teach literacy through poetry. Now, a lot of us have been dealing with the pandemic in many different ways, and we have our own ways to resort to how we get through it. But the youth do not. The youth have actually dropped in their reading scores. They've dropped in ways to express themselves, and suicide has gone up. Social anxiety has gone up. But one thing that has been able to advocate is that we as artists have been able to go into those schools, show the students a different way to express themselves. Being at Isaac Litton, I was able to see a transformation with the artists, with the students, where their test scores were able to rise because of the poetry that we were able to show them. Not only that, I have students that actually say they want to be poets now. Those students are not going to be considering going into gangs, going into places where that will lead them into prisons, or even being in places that lead them into a wrong direction. Imagine having more artists in this city and raising to a city where we call ourselves Music City. Recently, RISE research shows that there is a drastic underinvestment in Black and brown people of color organizations. Right now, there are only 2% of Black men that are educators. I chose to become a poet laureate because I wanted to advocate for that so that we can have the best for the arts. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
My name is, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jasmine Mitchell, and I'm a Nashvilleian. I'm born and raised here, and I grew up in the MNPS school system, and the arts program definitely enhanced my experience there. I'm a recent UTK graduate with a master's degree in social work, and I'm now the co-founder of Free Fire, which is a performing arts organization, and we also focus on adults arts programming. And so I am here to advocate for $12 million towards Metro Arts funding that will support my Black-led organization and other Black-led organizations that are creating artistic development opportunities that will ultimately benefit the success of Music City's progress, just as Black people have always contributed to Music City's legacy. And now I want to share the breakdown of the budget. So the $12 million budget will go towards $4.5 million to the general operating support requests, which will uplift micro and small organizations with the budgets under $500K. And then $5.5 million will go towards the Metro Arts Thrive projects, which center arts as a healing agent for artists, arts organizations, and their communities, and towards the equity and restorative arts programs, internships, and partnerships. $1.5 million will go towards capital grant programs, and then $500K will go towards seed programs to enable arts orgs to move towards building capacities, including owning their venues, should they desire to do so. So we really hope that you would support Metro Arts funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could you give us the name of your organization again?
Free Fire.
Free Fire. Okay.
And it's spelled F-Y-R-E. Fire with a Y. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'll put this a little bit lower. My name is Abby Wisnant, and I reside at 137 Hermitage Point Drive in CM Roten's district. Hi, neighbor. I'm here today as a self-employed artist with a rich history of experiences with Metro Arts during my time at Oasis Center, and now beyond that role. And I'm in favor of redirecting the $2 million arts capital budget to Metro Arts to right-size their funding. I would also like to thank each of you for your past investments in Metro Arts and ultimately the entire arts ecosystem throughout Davidson County. My earliest experiences with Metro Arts began as a grant applicant for the arts program I developed at Oasis 10 years ago. I remember standing with Judge Sheila Calloway and then Executive Director of Metro Arts, Jen Cole, pitching a restorative arts program for youth to the mayor. Our overarching message was, arts amplifies outcomes. I certainly witnessed that when the quote-unquote bad kids I worked with would complete a mural and proudly say, I did that. And when the quote-unquote quiet kids would start delegating to their peers and guiding them through tasks. I never asked any of these young people to become artists, just to realize that they're creative, and they did. The type of projects and programs Metro Arts funds also help groups and communities simply tell their stories, and in some cases, reclaim them. At a time when Nashville's identity is being threatened by unmitigated growth and the supermajority just up the street, we desperately need to keep telling and keeping the story of all of Nashville. Metro Arts and its Thrive funding, for one, supports artists in doing that. One of my favorites, I'm running out of time, but thank you for your support in sustaining our arts ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, our staff has found a cell phone. So if you have lost your cell phone, Ms. Roseanne Hayes is the lady who keeps popping in and out of the door. She's got it. So if you've lost your cell phone, Morley has lost her cell phone. All right. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Honey, and I live in the only neighborhood that matters. That's Old Hickory.
And Larry Hager, I understand we got a new guy that's running. I look forward to meeting him. Y'all know I normally have my little man with me, but he has gotten a day off from his child labor job of begging for money down here at City Council. So he got a day off today. So y'all already know what I'm coming down here to ask for: steps, cost of living, 7%, dignity, respect. I'm not asking for anything I hadn't earned. So I'm going to take a different approach. I just told y'all I live in Old Hickory. My mama always said you have to have a backup plan. So backup plan is telling the truth and begging. He wants to be a police officer. So I told him when he asked, Mama, why do you go down all the time, ask for money? I said, because if you work for Metro, you need to beg. That's my hustle. So what I'm going to do is I invite Fox, CNN, MSNBC, 2, 4, 5, everybody. Come on out to Old Hickory. I'm going to have a table set up. My son going to be sitting there practicing his new job from when he become a police officer, begging. I want everybody here, everybody there, everybody in the city. When you get home, dig in your couch cushions, get your little change, raid the cookie jar, look in your little pockets, look in your little ashtrays, look in your little cup holders, and y'all drive on out there to Old Hickory, and you give me your change, because if the city is not going to pay me and respect me, I'm going to need everybody in Davidson County to take care of me, so when I get up and go to school and take care of everybody else's kids, I can feed my son, who is a Davidson County student.
Good luck following that one. All right. Next speaker, name, address.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Hardy. My address is 236 Emmett Drive, White House, Tennessee. It was, Hermitage. I work at Metro Nashville Public School for 29 years. I love working with students of disability because they do not have a voice, and I'm their voice. I'm here because as a paraprofessional, a one-on-one, really a one-on-two, which I'm one person work with two students. I don't feel like I'm being appreciated, as so many of my other colleagues, coworkers feel the same. Again, as I stated, I've been working for Metro Schools for 29 years. And I've seen so many good teachers and paraprofessionals leave because they can't afford to leave here. That's why I moved to White House. I can't afford to live here on what you throwing scraps out to us like we don't matter. So I'm saying the 7%, forget the 4%. Would you take 4%? Pay us what we deserve. I shouldn't come here and having to beg for something. I worked 29 years. Some of you guys haven't even been on your job for 10 years. What's 29 years? And going. I'm not complaining. I'm just asking to give me the same respect as you would. And again, I work with the disability kids. I know some of you have them in your family. So again, if you appreciate us, show us on paper. Show us in our paychecks in July the 1st. Well, actually, when we come back in August, show us what we deserve. Show us that you really appreciate us. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Good evening, James Smallwood, 440 Welshwood Drive. Stand before you today asking for your consideration in this budget process. I know that your time is valuable, so we have limited our speakers, but it should be noted that we stand as one body of employees before you. Upon learning of the cuts to the approved civil service COLA, we commissioned a study to determine the funding sources for its restoration. That study has been shared with all of you, and the results are stunning. For too long, Metro employees have been told that the national budget cannot support needed increases to resolve our retention and recruitment challenges. Yet this study shows that year after year, Metro has outperformed their budget, and in 2021 and 22, year-end revenues have been hundreds of millions of dollars higher than originally projected. The study also found that the city has cut cut the percentage of the general operating fund spent on salaries and fringe benefits by almost 2% this year. Not only is this the lowest amount in 10 years, but it ironically also equals the amount needed to restore the COLA as approved by the Civil Service Commission. In this study, we identified various funding sources to restore the employee salaries, as many of you have in your wish list items. In short, the money exists to pay our employees a decent wage, but the priority seems not to. When regional law enforcement agencies are offering 36% increases to their employees to solve retention and recruitment crisis, Nashville is failing to maintain pace by reducing proposed COLAs and using reverse slotting, which forces people backwards in the step plan and further devalues and demoralizes our employees who are committed to this city. Nashville FOP is asking Metro Council to help us solve this problem. It's time to deliver a solutions-oriented budget, deliver on the promises to employees that they will be treated and paid fairly, restore the funding for our approved 7% COLA, eliminate reverse slotting, and pay your employees a fair wage for the level of exceptional professionalism they have demonstrated time after time in the recent months, weeks, and years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smallwood, and thank you all for being here. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Hallie Trager, and I'm a resident of District 33 and a career and technical education teacher at Antioch High School. I am asking that you amend the proposed budget to include an additional $3.5 million in much-needed pay raises for day-to-day substitute teachers. I applaud the investment in public education in this proposed budget, especially continuing key social emotional supports for students, step raises that respect educators' experience, and that 4% COLA, which is important, although clearly insufficient given that our daily lives are affected by the 8% inflationary adjustment that shows up elsewhere in the MNPS budget. However, this budget leaves some crucial gaps, most notably in leaving pay for day-to-day substitute teachers unchanged. While some of these teachers make as little as $11.33 per hour, $12 per hour, $13.33 per hour, and $15.33 per hour. These wages are unacceptable in a city with a high cost of living that frequently touts having an $18 per hour minimum wage in Metro government and MNPS. They also fail to reflect the critical work that substitutes do to ensure that learning can continue when teachers are absent for any number of reasons. And they are so low that we see a massive shortfall in the number of substitutes in our buildings each day. In large and hard-to-fill schools like mine, this looks like 20 to 30 uncovered absences that we fill with overfilling other classes by unacceptably large class sizes, giving up our planning periods, not having adequate time to call parents, and much more. There is funding for the expanded Classroom Associates program that board chair or budget chair Player mentioned, but this is not enough. That would expand the Classroom Associate pool by a factor of 2.5. That is much too low for the actual shortfalls in our classrooms. So we still need day-to-day subs, and these subs still need to be paid a wage that is attractive and respects the critical work that they do. For this reason, we ask for an amendment to add an additional $3.5 million to the MNPS budget to increase day-to-day sub pay by $4 per hour at each pay grade so that no one in our district earns as little as 11 to 12 dollars per hour in the 2023 to 24 school year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Dr. Lee. I am District 33. I want to read my email that was sent to MNPS, and I have already forwarded to my district person, Councilwoman, I got a big mouth, okay, Councilwoman Lee. So I want to read this email to you all, Councilman.
Can I get your address, if you don't mind?
Can I give it off camera? 6833. Hickory Rim.
We won't tell anybody.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Greetings. My name is Dr. Carolyn J. Lee. I am a current substitute teacher for MNPS. I started with MNPS in 2019 and have continued until this day due to the severe absence of permanent teachers and the number of teachers leaving MNPS. Please note, substitute teachers are in the classroom more than permanent teachers. The $100 a day does not align with what substitute teachers have to tolerate within the classroom. Additionally, we are not offered any benefits for endangering our lives to assist the greater needs in our school system. I am passionate about our young people. That's why I continue to accept assignments. Therefore, to show we are appreciated, I am appealing to you all that substitute teacher pay raise is raised to $200 per day, and the incentive for working 5 consistent days be increased by $50 per day. However, substitute teachers are worth more than $200. This amount is reasonable. Even permanent teachers receive additional pay when they have to substitute for their colleagues' classes. I pray you will hear my heart and receive the message with an open mind and sincerity to increase the substitute teachers' pay. As of May 25th, 2023, I stepped down as a substitute teacher. I'm here to offer my support for the current and the future substitute teacher. God bless you all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Bobby Lynn Negron. I'm a teacher, MNPS teacher. I live in 97 J Street. Nothing is ever given but one. That's what my grandfather taught me. Any rights we practice today were not a gift by a boss just because, but people voted with their feet and fought for them. I try to instill this lesson for my students, that to love humanity, you have to learn to speak up, stand up for those to exist. I was moved to speak today for my coworkers who are substitute teachers in public schools. I am here for the Alis, the Marwans, and the Miss Youngs who have a right to be paid a respectable, livable wage, one that starts at more than $11 an hour. But why do they do it? Why do they answer the call to substitute to cover a teacher who is sick or has an emergency? It's certainly not for the pay. It's because they love what they do and the students and schools they serve. They follow the mantra, every child known. But where is the reciprocity for our substitute teachers? Why not start today by specifically allocating funds for a major pay increase for our colleagues who answer the call to sub and who teach side by side other educators in our public schools? Before I end, I'll leave you with this SEL practice. If you can think back to the teacher who inspired you, made you feel like a giant, who sheltered you, embraced you, ate lunch with you on days you were alone, can you remember your teacher? I certainly can mine. I bet you anything your teacher would be proud of you today. I am every time every student passes me on the street and says, "Hi, you were my teacher. Do you remember me?" It is 2023, and you still remember your teacher. What power educators have. We don't do it for the fame or the money, but let me tell you, it sure feels nice when our city officials fund all educators like they fund sports arenas. I hope you do the right thing and approve the education budget and approve funds to increase substitute teachers' pay.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dylan Moore. I'm a resident of District 10. I'm a building rep for M&EA. Dr. Player stated earlier that the funding for classroom associates will cover classes, but that's just not true. It won't be enough. As of March 3rd, 74,202 sub-jobs had been unfilled. That meant that 434,878 hours of classes went uncovered by subs. When we look at how much they are paid, we understand why. Base pay for a sub is $11.33. This isn't enough to attract substitute teachers to cover absences, with about 2/3 going uncovered. This is why we need to allot an additional $3.5 million to subpay in order to attract additional teachers to these positions. As long as these absences go uncovered, it obligates teachers to cover classes, contributing to teacher burnout across the district, because these teachers are still expected to plan for their classes, contact parents, and do many of the other responsibilities that teachers are still expected to do, even though they are having to lose their planning time to cover these classes. So because of this, I hope you allot an additional $3.5 million to cover substitute teacher pay raises. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening,
Vice Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is Gary Moore. I live at 2946 Morgan Road, Joelton, Tennessee. I'm what we call the Ridge, not the Rim. But I'm here on behalf of Nashville Firefighters IAFF Local 140 President Danny Yates, who represents roughly 1,900 members in this city, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, and other employees of the Nashville Fire Department. As all of you know, I sent you an email, and in that email, we spelled out a mechanism by which we think you can shift some funds to fund the additional 4%, and it would come from the new debt relief fund. In that new debt relief fund, if you'll notice, the mayor has said in his budget 50%. And we recommend reducing it down to, I believe, 41.7%, and that way, you could fund it. And I do want to thank the mayor and the council for creating this debt relief fund. That's the first time it's ever been done, and it's admirable that y'all have done that. We appreciate it. Most of you know I have attended many council meetings and sat back here and listened to each of you. I've heard many of you speak about affordable housing. You simply said, we need affordable housing. We need houses where the teachers, the firefighters, the police officers, and other government employees have a place to live. Well, there's two sides of that equation. One side, of course, is the affordable housing that you've talked about. The other side is paying the employee what's proper and what's right. For too long, this city has been funding itself on the back of the employees, and it's time that stopped. You're going to hear language talking about whether you're going to get 7% because you're going to get the 4% raise plus the 3% step. Not everybody gets that step. Let me assure you, if you topped out, you don't get it. Not only that, because that step there does not guarantee you you're going to get it. I'm a long-time former Metro employee. I'm retired now, and I can tell you there's been many a times that those steps have been froze and the employee got nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mason Caples. I'm a long life Nashvilleian. I was born and raised here. Went to Hillsborough, graduated from high school. I'm a TSU graduate. I'm currently an ICU nurse. I'm here to say I am against the mayor's budget. I believe we should get a 7% increase living wage. And if the Titans can get a $3 billion stadium, then we can get paid a living wage. I just finished a trauma certification for my hospital, Nashville General, who funds the impoverished as well as the insured. And we don't have the supplies we need to keep people safe. That doesn't bother anybody here. Like, we need we need the funding to keep people alive. This is not entertainment. This is not a game. This is, do I have the resources to get my hands on what I need to save a life? Is that important to you? Because I don't want to sit there and have to watch somebody die because we don't have the funds for something we need. Not somebody coming in and entertaining and entertaining people. And the people that come here that we're entertaining, they're in danger too. I want you to know that they come here and we see them. So we need to fund Nashville General, but from what I'm hearing, you need to fund all Metro Nashville employees. We need to live here. This is us. We live here. And y'all are hearing us. But I need you to do something. I came here and I stood when y'all voted about the football stadium, and I said something that there's kids dying. We are number 45 out of 50 states in health. Do better. That's all I can say.
Hello, my name is Kat Jones. I'm at 1229 Curry Road, and not only am I one of the artists in danger of being priced out of the city, but I'm a nonprofit professional assisting the growth of operations of several artistic nonprofits within Nashville. Alias Chamber Ensemble, Abrasive Media, Fall, Fashion is for Everybody, and the Nashville Industry Fund are all organizations that are dependent on funding from Metro Arts to enable them to serve our community communities in the city. Abrasive Media's current flagship project is Project Awake, a touring theatrical production that tackles social issues in Tennessee high schools, helping students to unite to make their schools better and safer for all. Alias Chamber Ensemble serves the city through bringing classical chamber music to underserved communities such as Title I schools, nursing homes, hospices, prison outreach centers, and various disabled communities. Fashion is for Everybody serves the city by collaborating with designers and teachers and teaches them how to make designs that are inclusive and adaptive, culminating in a truly inclusive and high-end runway show every year. They serve and feature adults of all ages, sizes, races, gender orientations, sexual identities, and physical abilities. Nashville Industry Fund is Nashville's first nonprofit dedicated to giving down payment assistance and first-time home buyer courses in Nashville's creative service and music industry workers. With the mission to help keep Nashville Music City, they have partnered with local real estate and mortgage professionals to help industry folks purchase their first homes in Nashville. Fall is an aerial and contemporary ballet company based in Nashville since 2010, and artists like these of these kinds of programming and these organizations are integral to our city, its function, its fame, and its livelihood. We ask that our council members would vote to approve increase to funding for Metro Arts. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Jones. Next speaker.
My name is Kim Tucker. I was previously married for 10 years. I have 2 adult sons named Joshua and Jalen. I have 3 grandsons. Joshua's married, owns a home in Bordeaux. I'm introducing myself just to let you know the type of person that I am and the decisions you affect just regular old people just like me. I just wanted to let you know I'm a mother. Although I'm divorced, even if my husband needs me, and he does sometimes, I'm still there to help. I'm a daughter. My mom is 83, and I'm also a caregiver. I go help her. I'm a sister. I'm the only girl out of 7 brothers. I'm a good neighbor. I keep my yard cut and neat. I share my vegetables and herbs with my neighbors that I grow. I attend some of my neighborhood association meetings. I stay pretty in tune with what's going on around me. After my divorce, I went back to college and I graduated from David Lipscomb at age 38. So for me to be the type of person that obeys the rules of society, the rules of family, the rules of the Most High God, what am I doing wrong? Should I have went to Belmont instead of Lipscomb? I can't be doing something right if I'm doing all this that society wants from me, but I can't get a living wage.
You come to my bed party.
Hey, Ms. Tucker, I need your address, if you don't mind.
North 2nd Street, 512.
Okay, all right, thank you.
To the main party office. I'll let you do first.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm back. My name is Donna Clay. I reside at 1500 Porter Road. I'm here, I'm back, and we need it. I'm going to tell y'all why we need it, because I went to go apply for some new apartments they built on Dickinson Road. I go to apply because I wanted something nice. I really want a wash and dry hookup. I'm just going to tell y'all. And they told me I make $150 less to move in. So I'm saying, so you said I don't make enough money? She said, well, you don't meet the criteria of the money, of the income. And I was like, oh, okay. I says, she explained to me I was $150 short of making the money. And I'm thinking, if I'm working for Metro, I've been here, I am 60 years old. I'm not going to work a second job. It ain't in me. I love what I do for Metro. I work for MNPS cafeteria. I love those babies. I'm going to serve them kids until I can't serve them no more. But I want the pay to go with what I need to live. It's crazy. I can't pay my rent now because I have to break my checks up. I shouldn't have to do that because I have to pay my insurance. I have other bills I have to pay, but I still can't move nowhere nice I want to move. I don't want to be in housing. That's not how I was brought up. I don't want to live in housing. I remember when I got my first CETA job, I was excited to get that $258 from that job. But now, and It ain't working. I'm sorry, y'all. We need the money. Y'all know what we need? Do right. Y'all done heard these people. Election is coming up. People are paying attention. I'm just saying. It is what it is. Treat the people how we need to be treated. We've been here all our lives. I'm a Nashville. I'm not moving nowhere else to make ends meet or to live. I live in Nashville. I'm going to stay in East Nashville. Thank y'all.
Hello. Oops. Hi, my name is Mattia Powell. I live in District 13. My address is 3419 McGavick Pike. I am also the chair of the Arts Commission, and I want to thank a lot of you here around the table who have always been supportive of the arts and have worked to try to increase the arts budget. We are known as a cultural city, and arts is really a well-renowned art city. Our budget does not reflect that. We haven't had an increase in years. And we did a comparative study to see how other peer cities funded arts. We looked at Austin, we looked at San Francisco, we looked at Dallas, we looked at Phoenix, and we saw that pretty much most of those arts communities funded closer to 1%. Nashville funds the arts at 0.017%. And so we have seen a massive increase thanks to the staff and the outreach they've done and requests for funding. And we've seen have a request for almost every council district. And this isn't just something that we think makes people feel good. These are jobs from organizations that are employing people. This is expanding arts to families and to students. And so we are asking you to increase the funding for Metro Arts. We know there's $2 million in that capital budget. We're asking that to be directed to Metro Arts so that we can use that money and go through an equitable process to make sure they get allocated correctly. And I know you've heard that $12 million number. It's a lot, and we want to get as close to it as possible. We're going to work with this council and the next mayor's office to increase public arts funding over the course of the year so we can get closer to that 1%, but we have needs now, and I'm asking you to increase our funding. Lastly, as a former SEIU member and a Metro employee, I just want you to say I've been hearing and listening to these people. They are the heartbeat of the city, and they make the city run. Pay these people what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Marissa King. I'm a Nashville, Tennessee resident, Council District 16, 141 East Drive. I am currently the historian for the Nashville African American Wind Symphony Incorporated. We are the only African American symphony, not just in Tennessee, but in the entire southeastern region. All members participated in their respective universities' band program, with majority of members like myself being alumnus from the illustrious Tennessee State University and our two-time Grammy-winning aristocrat of bands. Since being founded almost 2 years ago, we've already made a lasting impression on the educational aspect, musical aspect of our youth in Tennessee, participating in side-by-side coaching with the students, participating in their music programs and their concerts, doing private lessons for research-based programs for our degrees, and the creation of our NAS annual honor band, where basically directors from all over the state can nominate students to come to TSU, sit under renowned directors, and perform a concert for their families at the end of the weekend. Most importantly, NAS shows that all students, this is the truth of what classical musicians can look like in Tennessee, America, and throughout the world. It can look like all of us. We show also that you don't need to have a career in music or education in order to continue your passion of playing and using the life skills you have learned for the rest of your life. I am currently the legislative analyst to State Representative Tori Harris, District 91, Memphis, Tennessee, and also the liaison to our Tennessee Black Caucus of Legislators. So obviously, music is something that's great, and NAS affords us the opportunity to continue our passion while doing our actual career and creating things in schools, in our schools as well. Gonna go down. So studies show that children who participate in music educational programs are more likely to adopt social behaviors, boost their IQ, and have a well-rounded view of our society. So please fund our educational programs in music. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mattine Reese, and I'm a native Nashvilleian. Homeowner who lives at 4072 Boyd Drive, 37218 zip code. I stand up here in support of the support staff who work for MNPS Metro Nashville Public Schools. From the office staff, the paras, the cafeteria workers, and other staff positions, as we all work really hard with low pay trying to support our families. I cannot afford to refinance my house because I don't make enough. I haven't been with MNPS like some others as long as they have. I've only been there for 2 years. As I've had other jobs before MNPS, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the support staff positions need a more decent pay increase greater than 4%. After taxes and insurance, we would not see the increase. So back to the struggle. Just think, if there was no support, none of these schools could operate effectively. There are other issues I would like to speak on, but the time is of the essence. Thank you very much, and many blessings.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, Vice Mayor.
Hello.
My name is Angela Perry. I live at 3419 Farmwood Place in Nashville, Tennessee. First, I do want to say thank you guys for voting for the increase, the pay increase. It helped me a lot for my family, but this is not over. The fight is not over. We still have to fight for what we're looking for. I am a support employee. I sub in classrooms. I'm an EE push-in, but I have been pulled the entire year to sub in classes because our teachers walk out the door and leave our babies. So who's left to take care of them but the support staff? We do everything for them, even going in our pockets and buying them something to eat or buying some clothes. We support them. We support our schools. We support the running of our schools. If we do not stand in place and fight for our children, we will not have an educational background for our children to succeed in life. We need for our children to succeed. I am there. I've been there for 32 years, making the lowest income possible and being treated like something on the street. I deserve more. We deserve more. We deserve more than a 4% increase that the mayor is proposing for us to have. We need the 7%. We still have babies at home ourselves, and we need the 7% to survive. If I don't survive my insurance, my kids' insurance, we don't get anywhere. If I sub in the classroom, I only get $18 extra on my check. So if I work 3 days subbing in the classroom, that's just $54. What is that? That is nothing for me because I can't even go to Walmart and spend $54 and feed my kids for the rest of the week. I need for everybody to give us a base rate of $100. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's go. Good evening. My name is Theda Murphy. I live in Madison, District 9. Tanya Hancock is my council member. I am a member of the Black Nashville Assembly and the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. This past November, I was awakened by the sound of gunshots and saw police tape and flashing lights up the street from my house when I awakened the next morning. I later found out that MNPD had murdered 2 houseless people that day, one just up the street from me. We don't remember Dan Brown and Sequarius Williams. They're just dead, murdered by the police, and we just accept this as a necessary part of life. But I don't feel any safer because they're dead. And the issue of people living on the street without housing still remains unaddressed. Nothing was resolved. Just 2 more families mourning a lost loved one with no community support or recognition. This is why we are asking the city to invest in affordable housing, fully funded education, and invest in completely community-based mental health crisis response with none, zero police involvement. No family or community should have to mourn the loss of a loved one or friend and feel that no one cares that their beloved one died except for them. Is this how little we value human life? Please pass a budget that invests in people and community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Name? address in 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Denzel Caldwell. I'm a Nashville native. My council member is Tanya Hancock. I live in 37115. And I'm a member of the Black Nashville Assembly. City Council, we have a problem. The cost of living in Nashville is becoming more and more unaffordable for residents daily, while corporations such as Amazon and Oracle acquire more real estate in the city. We have a problem. School teachers have to take on multiple jobs in an attempt to complete their job and take care of kids while barely being able to pay their rent or mortgage if they can afford one. We have a problem. As these crises are worsening, Nashville residents struggle to find the social services needed to help them feel safe. Meanwhile, Metro Nashville Police Department receives an annual increase in their budget. We have a problem. The problem is our city's budget reflects corporate interests instead of the priorities of Nashville's people. And yet, the people of Nashville have a solution, a people's budget. Metro City Council, you can choose to pass a budget that reflects the priorities of a people's budget that incentivizes affordable housing and housing cooperatives, a people's budget that ensures teachers and public employees receive a livable wage that adjusts for inflation, a people's budget that intentionally funds public services that meets people's needs directly and reduces violence without the presence of police, a people's budget that backs a guaranteed basic income to ensure residents can meet their needs regardless of their employment status, a people's budget shaped by a citywide participatory budgeting process over the city budget as opposed to a negligible fraction of the money. Metro City Council, you have a choice to choose a people's budget that places people over profits. You do not have to be beholden to corporate interests. If you believe in the concept of democracy, in the belief that the people know what's best for us, you should pass a people's budget that directly meets the needs of your working class constituents instead of the corporations that exploit them. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Simba. I live in District 3. I'm an educator, a member of the Black Nashville Assembly, and a youth organizer with the Southern Movement Committee. I want Metro Council to pass a people's budget that invests in our communities because we have lost so much already. I want the city to invest in a fully funded education because that's what keeps our young people safe. I want the city to invest in real restorative justice, and let me be very clear, real restorative justice absolutely does not include armed officers or increased policing. I want real restorative justice because that's what keeps our young people safe. I want the city to invest in healthcare in schools because that's what keeps our young people safe. The Metro Council should be investing in a people's budget because there has never been a budget that has truly served the best interests of our communities. The Metro Council should invest in a people's budget because it has consistently made harmful decisions when it comes to investments in this city, and those harms could have been avoided by listening to the people. Please pass a people's budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Name, address, in 2 minutes.
Yo, I'm Mike Floss. I'm with the Black Nashville Assembly. I'm in District 2. Y'all heard what everybody been saying. I don't know if y'all are listening. I don't know if y'all are tweeting. I'm not too sure what's going on. I'm hoping that people listen to what's going on. I'm here to kind of like break up the monotony and the facial expressions I see on the other side of this podium. I believe that a people's budget is what we need. Y'all gave us crumbs for participatory budgeting. That's not enough. We need more than that. I also believe that living in District 2, if y'all have an issue with the way that we interpret the budget, you need to make the budget more accessible so everyday people can understand where their dollars are going. Whatever that looks like, whether that's an app, whether that's more community meetings that don't happen in police precincts, where the community meetings happen in my district. I do not feel safe as a black man going to the police meeting to talk about my community. So I want y'all to listen to the people. I want y'all to implement some new ideas because most of the ideas I've been hearing from y'all are very old and they don't work anymore. And maybe they never worked. I don't know. But I want y'all to listen to the people. I'm with the Black Nashville Assembly. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Brandon Gooch. I'm in District 2. I'm a member of the Black Nashville Assembly. First thing they say is the police got a $15 million pay increase. The teachers didn't get nothing. I'm going to sit there right there. So I'm going to it right now. So y'all gave the Titans $100 million, hundreds of millions of dollars. at least $100 million of that could have went to the affordable housing, to diverse the affordable housing. Some could have went to paying the public employees living in a significant wage. Some just, I don't get it with y'all. Y'all need to pass the people's budget, man. Everything everybody been saying, I know that we ain't wrong. We deserve that. We from Nashville. We born and raised. I'm from the other side of them tracks. I know. But yeah, man, just pass the people budget, man.
Right. Thank you.
My name is Trey French. I live in District 18. Tom Cash is my representative, although I've never saw him. I'm a member of Black Nashville Assembly, and I'm here to discuss the underfunded education system and demand that y'all take action and allocate money to fully fund our schools. A fully funded education system would allot $30,000 per student. Our current budget designates about a third of that. Our students deserve to go to a school that provides everything they need to succeed in their educational journey, and you are failing them. This budget fails them. We demand that you prioritize our young folks and fully fund their education with the people's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Guyton, a resident of District 22 and a member of the Black Nashville Assembly. I want Metro Council to pass a people's budget that invests in our communities, because if we consider Metro Nashville the cultural, economic, social, and political center of Davidson County, the people of Metro Nashville should have a budget that reflects their community. The budget should reflect the key needs of the community, and the people of the community are the voices that should drive the decision-making process. Residents deserve to have input on how their communities will be funded and should have input on how the community can be empowered to problem solve and improve from within. I'm asking the city to invest in fully funded education and increase public workers' salaries and wages. As we have heard this evening, the city has not increased funding for education. Yet we have third graders whose kindergarten year was interrupted by COVID, and they have only experienced one full year of in-person instruction. Public workers ensure that we have a beautiful, clean, functional, safe city for people to visit, admire, patronize, and add value to. They deserve to have salaries and wages that reflect their services in various areas of expertise. Please pass a people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maxine Spencer. I live in District 21, currently at this moment in time, Councilmember Taylor's district. I'm a member of the Black Nashville Assembly, and I'm also on the Community Oversight Board. So I've come to speak today because I firmly believe that for this city to survive, that this city needs to finally do something different. We need a people's budget that ensures that our communities have what they need to survive, to thrive, not scrounge around trying to survive. We need robust, significant investment in public goods in tandem with divestment from policing to create a better Nashville, a Nashville the people want. For years, we have done the same thing over and over and over again, increasing the police budget while the people scream out demanding investment in their priorities. This increase in the police budget ain't gonna do nothing about mine or anybody else's in here rent. It's not gonna do anything. But if we invested in affordable housing at even just half the scope of the police budget, think of what that would do for the average person in the city. For all the stories that you have heard here, think about what that would be, what that reality would look like for everybody that's come up here telling you they can't afford to even live here. But they're the people that make the city what it is. Imagine how fulfilling the lives of our young people would be in the city if we supported and loved on them with the same amount of funding and capacity that the private school kids get. And also, I want to think back to one of the things that this community voted to establish, the Community Oversight Board. This organization was hard fought for by the people of the city, and the bare minimum of what your support should be is to fully fund the COB. Further, I would like to give my full endorsement as a board member of the COB to an idea that came from public comment at one of our past meetings by Jamel Campbell Gooch. And this comment really affirmed the reason for our existence. And that reason being that there's a lack of accountability present in the police department. All I ask is that you do not let this political cowardice consume you. Do your job because our lives are worth it. Try something different.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Erica Perry. I live in District 10. Council member Zach Young is my council member. I'm a member of the Black National Assembly and work with the Southern Movement Committee, where we work with young people. And although I know that a few things have been said about the MNPS budget maybe being fully funded, the truth is the young people that we work with every day and we meet with often do not feel like their needs are being met. They go to schools that are under-resourced, they don't have the support staff they need, and they also go to school where their teachers and support staff do not have the living wage that they desire. And so I'm here asking for a people's budget that really supports young people, that increases community center hours, that invests more in our libraries, and then at the same time really invest in a credible messenger program, True Violence Interruption, that is actually run by the city, that is actually citywide. And so I'm asking that you pass a people's budget that ensures that our young people can live full, safe, and healthy lives in Nashville. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Hello, my name is Chinyera, and I'm a member and resident of District 24. I'm a community member of the Black Nashville Assembly, and where Nashville, I've now considered here my home for many years now. I have major concerns here with the way things are going on. I, alongside with many of us here tonight, need Metro Council to pass a people's budget that invests in our communities, not with investments that prioritizes profits over people, not with investments that emphasizes corporations' development over equitable distributed resources and affordable living for past and present working class residents of Nashville. We believe we deserve to live here in our homes, being paid fair wages, not having to worry about whether or not we can afford to maintain where we live, and no longer worrying about our safety and more. There's no more time to hide behind the facade of saying servant leadership exists here when so many of us cannot attest to what is actually being done. For example, the Titan Stadium, Bellmead Plaza, and so many countless other examples that claim to revitalize Nashville, but truthfully erases, removes, and disenfranchises Black, immigrant, queer, and trans people. We are asking and we are demanding for the city to invest in affordable housing and equitable living and so much more. Today, we're asking for you to please pass a people's budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jamel Campbell Gooch. I live in District 21. Brandon Taylor is my council member. I stand before you as a community organizer with the Black Nashville Assembly, also former public school support staff worker at Pearl Cone, and rec leader at Edge Hill Community Center. For the past bit, recently, there's been a bit of revisionist history. For the past 4 years, there's been a gap growing between the people and some of the elected officials here today. In 2020, we spoke at the budget hearing for 14 hours, demanding a people's budget, and the city failed to give us one then. We've come here year after year demanding a people's budget and access to the full budget, and year after year, the city has come short. We've asked for participatory budgeting for the full budget. Instead, Metro has given us 0.3% of a $3 billion budget from non-renewable dollars. If Nashville had a people's budget, our working class families can begin to live comfortably in Nashville. If we had a people's budget, we could have access to a guaranteed basic income to fight poverty. If we had a people's budget, our public employees would have a dignified and livable wage. If we had a people's budget, teachers and support staff would be getting paid what they need and getting wages that actually offset the rising cost of living. If we had a people's budget, every student will have the tools, resources, and support staff they need to be a success. Communities are safe when we have investment in public goods, and when working class people have the say-so over a continuously ballooning budget. The people have been organizing to bring this to be, And today is a great sign that the people will bring this vision to life.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin James. I live at 1120 Lytton Avenue. I am in Emily Benedict's district. I am a third-generation Nashvilleian. Actually, all of us lived in Inglewood. It's a great place to live. It's changed a lot over the years. So I just also want to point out that when I got to that column right there, I stopped and counted for the 2 minutes that the person in front of me was counting or was speaking, and I counted that 5 of you checked your phones, and there were 3 side conversations going on. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Last year, I got a raise to $18 an hour, and the only reason that I can afford to live in Nashville is I'm the person that was mentioned in the first speaker's comments. I have given up a dream of getting a master's degree in librarianship. I have a roommate, and I do not have a car. If someone cannot give me a ride to bus, I have to take, or someone that can give me a ride, I have to take the bus. I just want you guys to think about that. This is what you are doing to your professional staff as well. Theoretically, anyone who works for Metro should be able to live in the county, and that's actually in the civil service rules. When you apply for a job, you are supposed to live in Davidson County. And over again, we are failing to do that. I pay my salary, you guys pay my salary, everyone here pays all of our salaries, and yet we cannot afford to live in Nashville. There is no telling when I will have to move out, and actually every day I look again and again at the job postings in Chicago because I can't afford it. My boyfriend's family is there and they will help us. I look over and over at my last job. It was work from home. There's no transportation costs. The insurance won't be as good, but apparently, you know, the insurance is going down the drain too if we can't support our queer coworkers as well. So I just want you guys to think about that when you are setting the budget. Give us that 7% cost of living raise, or it's actually a decrease. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Lucas, and I live in District 27, Representative Nash. I'm a social worker, a psychotherapist, a former law enforcement officer. I was appointed to the Mayor's Policing Policy Commission with Councilmember Pulley. And I was here 6 weeks ago asking you to vote against the stadium and do something, anything for Nashville. The outcome was completely predictable. I did not expect anything different. And I tried to think of what to say tonight, and I just want to thank those of you who voted against it, especially the leadership of Councilmember Mendez. As I was thinking, I actually found this, and this was a fellow NOAA volunteer who wrote this. It's a poem. It might sound like a prayer, but here goes. Tonight and unceasingly we pray for those who are hungry, and we pray harder for those who will not feed them. We pray for those who struggle to pay their bills, and we pray harder for the wealthy who do not care. We pray for those who are homeless, and we pray harder for those who deny them shelter. We pray for the sick and the lonely, and we pray harder for those who will not give them comfort. We pray for those who cry out for dignity, and we pray harder for those who will not listen. We pray for those who are oppressed by unjust wages, and we pray harder for those who exploit them. We pray for those who bear the yoke of prejudice, and we pray harder for those who discriminate against them. We pray for those whose basic needs are denied, and we must pray harder for those public officials who cater to the greedy and ignore those who are unjustly bound by unfair judgments and legislation. Dear God, let us never give up working for justice, or the oppressed in this world will one day ask us why. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Krinks. I live on 14th Avenue North in District 21, Brandon Taylor's district, and I'm a member of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. The fundamental belief that guides our work as an organization is that every person in Nashville should have everything they need to thrive and to be safe, period. Unfortunately, our budgets do not reflect that belief. Instead, for years, we have been funding the dangerous illusion of public safety for all at the expense of the public goods that actually make us safe. Housing, transit, schools, living wages, violence prevention, non-police crisis response, and more. This year, we are asking that you, 1, keep MMPD's funding flat, 2, divert the proposed $16 million in new funding recommended to MMPD to a citywide participatory budgeting process for 2024, and 3, give control of that process to a department independent from the mayor's office, such as the Metro Human Relations Commission. Here's a few reasons why. 1, MMPD calls for service have been plummeting yearly. Nashvillians interact with police less than half as much as they did in 2016, and the vast majority of all calls are for non-criminal matters. When police do show up, 75% of all calls for service result in no consequential public safety outcome at all. Moreover, MMPD currently has 137 funded but unfilled positions, totaling at least $13 million in excess funds. Even with new officers slated to join the force later this year, many positions will remain unfilled, and what other department gets to do this? And finally, when well executed and independent from corporate bought mayors, participatory budgeting is a far more democratic way than this process to determine how our public funds should be used. And by the way, we want the whole budget, as people have been saying, for participatory budgeting. We're asking for these things because we want more safety, not less. Real safety, rooted in a Nashville in which all of us can thrive. And quick bonus information with my 3 seconds. MMPD employees make on average $20,000 more a year than non-police Metro employees, and that's before overtime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trina Hewell. I live on Manchester Avenue in Council District 6. I'm represented by Brett Withers. I am finally a proud trans woman, and I am a new member of the Nashville People's Budget Commission. I'm here today to ask you to please not increase funding to Metro Police. I'm going to rehash something we all went through in 2020. In June of 2020, it came to my attention that none of the police officers I saw around town were wearing face masks. I started photographing this and sending photos and videos to local media and the mayor's office. On June 17th, News Channel 4 used photos I and others sent in to report on local police and firefighters' failure to set a good example. The very next day, it was announced that Police Chief Steve Anderson was retiring, and I received an email from John Lassiter at the mayor's office that said simply, officers have been ordered to wear face masks. A week later, the Nashville Board of Health voted to mandate face masks, and the policy went into effect June 28th. In the following weeks, I continued to observe and document every officer I saw in or outdoors not wearing a mask they've been ordered and mandated to wear, failing to serve or protect anyone, including themselves. On the 4th of July, I attended a protest against the police with thousands of other Nashvillians, and the only people present at that protest not wearing masks were the local police, becoming the most direct threat to public safety at the otherwise peaceful protest. I join in asking that you move the proposed $16 million increase to the police to participatory budgeting instead, and that you move full control of the participatory process to a department independent from the mayor's office. The state just voted to reduce you all by half. Why not join and help us better represent ourselves?
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Tom Maxwell. I'm a resident of District 12 on Hermitage Park Drive. My representative is Aaron Evans. I'm a member of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. I'm here tonight to ask for a robust and accessible participatory budgeting process that returns some power to our hands and offers a more direct connection to our hometown. Right now, one of the best methods of affirming the covenant between your governance and the people of Nashville is to dedicate the $16 million in proposed new funding for MNPD to a citywide participatory budgeting process and to place control of that process in the hands of the Metro Human Relations Commission instead of the mayor's office. If you believe in the people of Nashville, show us by extending some trust and offering us the opportunity to allocate funding to programs and priorities we deem vital to the health and wellness of our city and its residents, such as housing. Houselessness only exists as a deliberate policy choice by governments. I want to live in a community where people are empowered to protect each other. Offering more money to the police, who only issue citations or make arrests on 2% of all service calls, and who who, according to the Supreme Court, are not constitutionally required to protect anybody is absolutely not the way to achieve public safety. A community with more autonomy and power to fund and implement policies it truly values, where everyone has a roof over their head and a warm bed to come home to, is a safer and stronger community, a community that I want to live in. Please redirect the $16 million police budget increase to a citywide participatory budgeting process. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Schwartz. I live in Council District 6. Thank you in advance for your attention. I know it's been a long evening. As a doctoral candidate, my life at institutions like Vanderbilt, like Columbia University, like Brown University, my life is dedicated to data-driven research. What the data show is that increasing spending on police and prisons is not correlated with increased public safety. It simply isn't. My neighbors and I, as you have heard tonight, need affordable housing. We need better transportation infrastructure. We need fully funded schools. We need parks and street lights and libraries. These are things that research shows will keep Nashvillians safe. So I urge you to invest in a people's budget. I support the demands that have been made so beautifully by the other folks speaking on behalf of all the organizations here tonight. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Meshach Adams, and I live in District 8. I come to here, stand in here to push for Vision Zero. As some of y'all have been to a memorial last in this past year, where 50 people in our city died while walking and biking. And that's simply unacceptable. I've personally been with people who have been affected by traffic violence, and the injuries that this person has is something that they're going to live with for the rest of their lives. And it's a choice that you all make to make that these things should be funded. And Vision Zero is one of those things that should be funded. It's a quality of life issue. It does touch on affordable housing, because if you're having somebody that they necessarily can't buy a car, well, they can't buy a car, and then they also can't walk across the street to catch the bus to get to work. And so I ask each of you to consider fully funding Vision Zero so that there are no more pedestrian fatalities here in Nashville. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Smith. I live at 49th Avenue North in the Nations, and I'm a colleague of Meshach's, also here to speak about Vision Zero. And from a walk bike perspective, we do talk about the 47 pedestrians and 2 cyclists that we lost last year. It's also important to say that we lost in total 136 people on our roads. And one of those most dangerous roads is Dickerson Pike, where Meshach does so much of our community engagement, has done a fantastic job. And we worked with an engineering firm to put together a pedestrian safety plan, and NDOT, with the surplus money, said, let's fund some of these improvements. Let's do it, because we had a little more money than we thought we would this year. And folks, if we can achieve Vision Zero on Dickerson Pike, we can achieve Vision Zero in Nashville. We can. That's what this conversation is about. And I'm very encouraged by the process that I have been a small part in and have witnessed over the last year in regards to Vision Zero, and specifically our work on Dickerson. But what also is in front of you tonight is to double the amount of traffic calming projects we can do all over the city. At least one in every council district. That's the plan that NDOT has put in front of you. And in addition to that, $7.5 million more in sidewalks. We all talk about wanting sidewalks. There's a proposal in front of you to do that aligns with the walk and bike plan and with the Vision Zero plan that we have in place. I know you all have many priorities in a budget, of course, and a lot of people here tonight are speaking on a lot of those. But I do want to say, in regards to Vision Zero, we have the data, we have the plan. Let's fully fund it. Let's do this. A great city does not have 100+ people dying on its roads every year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker.
name is Seamus, and I live in Tom Cash's district, the 18th. I'm here with other students from the Tennessee Student Union, fighting for a city that builds us up and not tear us down. Earlier this week, we published 3 simple demands for this budget. No increase to police funding, restoration of the Community Education Commission, and the $4 million increase for SROs be put toward student support staff. These demands are things that y'all can easily make a reality. As a lifelong resident, Nashville has quickly become the it city. However, where are these benefits for residents? What about the youth? This council recently prioritized over $1 billion for a stadium that residents universally opposed. As I enter senior year at Hillsborough High School, I must ask, will this council ever prioritize the people? I spoke against SROs to y'all last year. The statistics outright show that police are harmful to students. They decrease graduation rates, disproportionately jail minority communities, spark trauma within students, and fail to prevent outside threats. Point blank, students do not want police in schools, nor are they an effective utilization of our money. I can read y'all each of these stats again, but y'all won't listen. Because why would you only listen to students now? When we have peers being pepper sprayed, as one was in Hunter's Lane last spring, or outright murdered, as one was in Knoxville last year, we must see change. We are people with lives, not a group to be abused by photo shoots. An overwhelming number of students in Nashville come from over-policed neighborhoods. They are bringing that trauma with them into an environment that is heavily monitored by that same catalyst for their trauma. What keeps students safe and what we're demanding are social workers, nurses, psychologists, and emotional counselors. MNPS has abysmal support for students, support that would keep us safe and build equitable and healthy learning conditions. Our demands are prevent trauma, make students feel welcomed, and our voices to be finally recognized.
All right, thank you.
Hi folks, my name is Erin Joyce and I'm a high school student living in District 18. I'm a member of the Tennessee Student Union, an active coalition of students working to better Nashville through political engagement. I'm here to talk about reinstating the community education program. Nashville needs accessible community spaces now more than ever. Bonding within the city is essential for Nashville to truly thrive. One notable effort to bond folks was the community education program, funded and implemented by Metro Nashville Council. The community education program offered classes across the city in subjects ranging from fencing to home ownership to the arts, increased funding for which has been discussed a lot during tonight's proceedings. The classes offered opportunities for Nashvillians of all backgrounds to connect and learn vital skills and new hobbies. However, the budgets for the past 2 years saw the program cut. The 2020-2021 fiscal year was tough. The challenges at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic put Metro in the position of making some difficult decisions. But it's 2023 and Nashville's revenue has stabilized. It's time we rebuild this essential program. When active, community education's 2 main locations were situated in accessible areas around disenfranchised communities such as North Nashville and Antioch. Diverting around $500,000 to $1 million from the proposed MNPD budget increase to reinstate this regenerative program would make a world of difference for those who need it most. Council members, think of how isolated you felt from your own communities during the pandemic. You know how vital reinstating spaces to connect is for the health of our city. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Bronson Schmidt, and I'm a high schooler in the 17th District, and I'm here with the Tennessee Student Union also. I know that you've heard our 3 demands, and I would like to focus on the second one, like my companion, the Community Education Commission. I think we can all agree that a city should be more than just a collection of concrete and jobs. A city should be able to provide its citizens, especially its students, with growth and new experiences. With all of Nashville's development in the past decades, we as students feel like we've been left behind. We not only lack expression in our community, but also the means to access it. For the purposes of my little spiel here, I would like to focus on 2 things: the community education and how it relates to public transit. Many people, including myself, need an outlet for athletic, artistic, or day-to-day activities, all things that were provided by the Community Education Commission and enhanced by public transit. I was unable to experience his classes at the commission, but the concept of this project is really exciting. Public programs like this barely exist in Nashville, and it sucked learning that it wasn't around anymore. Nashville's youth are constricted, and it's efforts in arts and athletics like these that allow us to grow with Nashville. This brings me to something else in my mind. Community education would be amazing, but as soon as you cross district lines, transportation is not easy. I don't drive, and I'm going to be real, I can't really trust Nashville's public transportation. Bike lanes are too dangerous, and bus bunching is rampant along with convoluted routes. In the context of community engagement, especially for students, this is a huge issue. How can we connect if we can't leave our house without a license? Public transportation could give citizens better access to community activities like the Community Education Commission, but the part I really care about is the commission in the first place. The youth in our city are unintentionally constricted by design, and it's exciting to think that for as little as its previous $500,000 funding, this program could be reinstated, which is just 0.02% of the total budget. It is the uniting of youth that prevents suicides, increases youth involvement, and grows better cities. These are just some thoughts I wanted to voice, and I hope that you'll consider these thoughts with the rest of the demands of the Tennessee Student Union.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am Ben Passano. I live at 5710 Maxon Avenue. That's District 20, formerly District 18. And I just wanted to offer some words of encouragement. I know that people are coming from different perspectives, and it's hard to weigh all of those. Given that we have, my understanding is $600 extra million, figuring out what to do with that is a hard decision, and I have 4 suggestions. The first one is to encourage you all to continue to grow traffic calming. As we know, each traffic death is a death by design. There are no accidents. I suggest the book Jesse Singer if you want to look more about that. The second thing is participatory budgeting. I had the honor of serving on the steering committee there. It's really exciting work to get more citizens involved within the budget process to understand what's going on there. I encourage you all to keep giving it a shot. Please review not only the ideas submitted, but also the outcomes that will be coming from that. I really think we're going to get more bang for our buck than the normal dollar there. Third is libraries. I just was able to attend a national conference on new urbanism, and one of the ideas around affordable housing is our houses are getting smaller. We can afford to do less. So what we need to do is support our libraries as what they claim to be about our living room. So please extend the hours on Sundays. And the last point is on parking. Thank you all for pushing for parking, paying for our resources there, continue to push there around doing innovative things like potentially using that money to buy routers that could give us free public Wi-Fi. So thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cerinthia Arthur. I live in District 2, where Toombs is my councilwoman. I work at 911 Department of Emergency Communications. I am an SEIU member and a mother of a MNPS student. I moved here in 2016 from Michigan. I moved here because it was a big city, always had things to do, and the housing was affordable. This has changed over the last few years. My rent for a 2-bedroom is over $1,400, plus all my utilities. I'm literally living paycheck to paycheck. I'm contemplating getting a second job. No one should have to do that. No one working a full-time job, 40 hours, should have to pick up a second job, especially our Metro workers. It's not fair to us. It's not fair to the citizens. It's not fair to our families. We asked for 7%. The mayor's budget proposes 4%. We're asking now for at least 5%, just to keep up with inflation. This is embarrassing that we're asking for this. This is embarrassing to stand in this line. It's time to put a priority on our Metro employees, the people who are keeping this county running. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Louis Terrell from Antioch. I was volunteered to speak. So I work for a company that supplies one of your greatest luxuries. I work for Metro Water. I fill your swimming pools. I fill your cups. I come to your houses late at night to fix leaks that are broken in the middle of your streets. I come out in the dead of winter, working. You never know that I'm there. We're in and out. We try to be. But I'm asking, for, the mayor asked for 4. We're asking for 7. I'm asking for 10 because 2.66 tax is going to get it.
Hello, Ashley Batchelder. I live at 636 North 5th Street. At the Budget and Finance meeting last week, there was a conversation about whether we're really paying all our employees a living wage. I'm aware that Metro uses the MIT living wage calculator to determine our rate of $18.50. Whether $18.50 is an actual living wage is debatable given how expensive Nashville is, so I'll introduce another measure, the ALICE wage, which is measured, defined, and promoted by the United Way. ALICE stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, and it defines a living wage as a spectrum from survival to stability. And the ALICE survival wage for Davidson County is $21.16. So in the budget meeting last week, a request was made to provide information and data about who our lowest paid employees are so that we can see how they're faring. Maybe someone gave you that information, maybe they didn't. I'll make it public for the record here. I got on the Open Data portal and downloaded the most recent salary database from April 4th of this year. To my dismay, there were over 1,100 employees and 36 departments that do not earn the survival wage. I could give you the departments, I could tell you the titles, I can email you if you want to know it. I just want to say again, employees had to beg at the benefit board meeting this morning for life-saving, medically necessary health care, and they were told no. They were told that that does not matter, that is not important enough. Not having health care kills. Poverty wages kill. Please. We lost a huge thing this morning. Like, y'all can make people's lives a little better, a little easier. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Angus Purdy, 30th Avenue South, District 18. The benefit board decision was indefensible. I was going to watch from home, but all these brilliant working class voices tonight, combined with my personal annoyance with a not insignificant number of the members of this body, inspired me to bike down here. I'd have taken the bus if it ran more frequently. Y'all ever biked Broadway at night? I doubt it. We can do better. A mentor of mine often says that a budget is a moral document. Your votes on these budgets tell us what you prioritize over the material needs of our neighbors. In recent years, this council has asked multiple departments to be fiscally responsible and undergo budget freezes or cuts. I'm here because one department is never asked to be equally responsible. I ask you to freeze the MMPD budget at current levels so we can begin to explore how to pay the rest of Metro employees a living wage. MMPD has 137 fully funded unfilled positions, and the mayor wants to give the department almost $16 million additional dollars. I have 3 children in MNPS schools. Teacher turnover is making their education experience tumultuous. I want a city where our children's teachers can afford to live in the neighborhoods they serve. Divert that $16 million to better pay for Metro employees. Also, fund the Community Education Commission, y'all. Come on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Kenny Dozier. I live at 5045 Countryside Drive. I'm the artistic director and founder of Kenny Playhouse Theater, which is a theater company housed at Luby Center right here in Nashville, Tennessee. We are impacting the community one play at a time. Right now, we have a play going on. We offer programming that impacts this community. Right now, we have a program called Saving Our Seniors. And that program, we perform at 10 a.m. in the morning so that seniors can come out and hopefully increase their quality of life. But tomorrow, we have to tell a group that they cannot come because we don't have the funding to pick them up. So we tried, and today, because all of our actors, we said we will get in our cars and pick you up. But the liability is too risky. We have a program for kids called Kids Cravings, in which we teach acting, fitness, and nutrition. It's coming up, it reaches, it's for kids who don't get an opportunity to go to places like acting camps. 50%, 75% of those kids don't have the money. I'm asking you to fund Metro Arts Commission to give us the money to impact this community one play at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Holland Gurley. I live on Eastmoreland Street. Police have never made me feel safe or protected, even as a white person, and I have never had a safety concern resolved by police. My safety concern is my housing, the potential to lose it. So put funds into supporting people having basic human rights. My safety concern is for houseless individuals that are criminalized for being houseless in the midst of a housing crisis. My safety concern is navigation and relying on an unreliable bus system. My safety concern is irresponsible gun regulation and how police are often responsible parties. Remember Daniel Hambrick. My safety concern is getting assaulted, as I have been over more times than I can count on both hands. And several MNPD members have been guilty of assault and continue to be guilty of assault. My safety concern is supporting people with disabilities such as myself when disability benefits are basically just scraps because it's very clear that you don't care and you try to keep people with disabilities down. Even I can't sit in this room. I have to sit outside because of my intense sensory issues. You don't accommodate. No one can live in Nashville on disability benefits. My safety concern is a lack of sufficient mental health care. There's basically nothing that goes into mental health care, and it is so vital for people to stay alive. It is just as important as physical health care, which you also don't put enough funds into. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court in District 32. In 2020, I got my first real adult job as a teacher in MMPS, and I thought I was a millionaire making $45,000 a year, but could only afford to live out in Murfreesboro, drive into Nashville every day. When I began looking for housing in Nashville in 2021, I was surprised to learn that I qualified as low income, according to HUD, since my salary was less than 80% AMI, which at the time was $47,250. Even today, after seemingly generous COLAs and step increases and earning a master's degree, I'm still below that HUD low-income threshold based on 2023 figures. So I ditched my car and started walking, biking, taking the bus to save up for a down payment like one mayoral candidate did, because with rapidly accelerating rent, a mortgage is the only way to lock in predictable housing costs in this city. It's still not affordable, but my mortgage is 46% of my take-home pay, but I'm at least assured it's not going to go up. Which brings me to my second point, WeGo. The proposed budget only provided WeGo with about half of their funding needed to implement the next round of better bus improvements. And by next round, I mean the round that was supposed to be implemented last term, before y'all made cuts. This includes improved service until 1:15 a.m., so my council member Joy Stiles doesn't have to drive me home after a late night council meeting. It would also allow good frequency on crosstown routes like the 77, Thompson-Wedgwood, and a future Trinity Lane connector. Transit truly is affordable housing. Finally, I think we should invest a small sum in some sort of continuing legal education so our vice mayor can brush up on Robert's rules and council rules, or we could just get a new vice mayor.
Next speaker.
Buenas, soy Nicole. Mi calle es Charles E. Davis Boulevard. Me creí en Nashville muchos años pasados, pero yo sé parece muy joven. I started in Spanish because I am from Nashville, and I learned to speak Spanish at Glencliff High School, and I also attended community education classes when I was a teacher at Cole Elementary, the first school I taught at before I moved to the South Bronx to teach. Nashville has been a great opportunity for me, and I hope that we can find money. It's there. Let's just allocate it. to community education. It needs to happen. So I could be here all night. You guys, this is probably like the 10th time I've been here in the last 3 months. And I appreciate those who listen to us, those who have just the best interests, and not saying that everyone doesn't, but the best interest for those who cannot afford to live in Nashville. And I also want to say, as a resident of Napier, I told you guys I went to Napier Elementary School. We need funding. TJC needs funding. I know Michelle Johnson spoke earlier. The organization I work for will be in the same building right there at Lafayette and Fairfield. And we're doing some great work. Still a food desert, still the largest barrack-style public housing in the whole country. Funding needs to happen. Also for the public library, shout out to Pruitt Library, Dr. Raymond, Asia, Kim, Sandy, they're doing the work. That is the community hub there. Students come there every day, and we need more funding. Please, please prioritize the people of Nashville who do the work every day. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Stephanie Johnson, Green Lane. So 8 years I've come to council meetings to listen and hear the needs of the city year after year. I've heard almost the exact same messages: schools, fire, housing, and more. I hope this will be the last year my community has to ask for the basic. One of the most beautiful things I saw recently was the teachers standing up for support staff pay, and I ask that you do the same. In addition, 4 years later, and fire is still not up to speed with our growth, putting my life, your life, and all of our lives in danger. Let's ensure our basic needs are covered before anything else, including the trees. We do need them to breathe.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I'm gonna send everybody invites my big party. Y'all think I'm playing?
Next speaker.
My name's Davey Tucker. I live at 610 Fatherland Street. I'm also the executive director of the Metro Human Relations Commission. I come in that respect as it relates to the budget. The budget is a representation of what your priorities are and what is important to you. I'm sure many of you have looked through the Inclusivics report up to this date, and there are some trends that show up. Those trends are disturbing, and they're disturbing to the departments that they impact. I'm grateful to this council that in the last budget, you were able to give us monies to hire a Title VI coordinator. But the problem now is we don't have the bandwidth to do the job that really needs to be done for real DEI work in Nashville. It's not just DEI work to dot the I and cross the T to say we've done it, almost like a building is declared LEED certified. Look at the numbers. You ought to be able to see clearly that this is a systemic issue that has to be taken down kind of the way that it was built. If you look at what we're asking for, we didn't get any of it on the mayor's budget. Nothing. If it wasn't for Councilmember Welch on last year, we wouldn't have got anything then. I wonder why Metro, in general, generationally, has been scared of MHRC. I think MHRC can be and should be the conscience for this city. You need someone who is not beholden to politics, who has a structure that is not easily influenced. We have 17 commissioners that are appointed by the mayor. That's it.
That's it.
I guess I needed about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, Nicole Williams, 2028 Edison Park Lane. I'm in District 20. I just really struggle when I think about how much we like to focus on outcomes. And particularly this mayor came into office with a strong focus on performance. He set up a whole office of performance management that has like 5 or 6 employees. It's like one of the biggest parts of his administration. And yet every year, the mayor continues to recommend, and you all continue to fund, budgets that pump more and more money into a department with some of the worst outcomes of any department in our whole government. MNPD, like, look at the numbers. They're not keeping us safe. They're not keeping us safe. So I don't get it. Like, do we just keep giving them more money every year? At what point does it become enough money to make us safe? Or maybe that's not what makes us safe. Like, maybe that's just not it. I know y'all are smart. Like, I know you are. And so I know you must see this. Right? Like, but you have to see this. And I think that's why people get so frustrated on this side of the partition, because we know that you see what we see, but you keep making the same decisions every year. I also want to say that I support fully funding a better bus program so that Jeremiah doesn't have to deal with bus bunching. But please put money where the money matters.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Oh, good evening. My name is Shakia Thompson. I don't live in Davidson County. I live in Clarksville because I can't afford to live here. But I do work with the Department of Emergency Communications, and I'm here to ask for a 7% increase, even though you're only offering us 5%. In order for us to live in Davidson County, we would need to make $42.05 per hour as single parents of 1 or more children. I have to drive 124 miles a day to work, working 16-hour days, 4 days a week, in order to barely make it. We should not have to beg for basic necessities. We should not be the working poor and having to go to food banks to feed ourselves while working 16-hour days. We shouldn't have to do that. We deserve a 7% increase, and we shouldn't have to beg for that every year while you all sit here and dole out money to football. It's not necessary. You do not need a football stadium. You need to invest in the people of Nashville. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Kelly, and I live on 26th Avenue North in Councilman Taylor's district. I actually don't think I have to say anything about the stadium tonight because I think all of the people who have spoken before me have done enough. I know I usually talk about the stadium, but honestly, the reason why I want to speak tonight is because I'm not a Metro employee. I am a renter, but I live in a property somebody in my family owns, so I'm a stable renter. So everything that's being said tonight, I have the privilege to not deal with, and all of you also have the privilege to not deal with the exception of our one council member who rents. So I am here to say, it is shameful. It is shameful to stand here and listen to people beg for scraps when you don't have to deal with it. You have no idea what people in this city are going through. No idea. When was the last time one of you went without a meal? When was the last time you had to decide between paying your bills and putting food on the table? When was the last time you had to weigh the decision of if you should pay your rent or pay your car bill? Well, you have to keep one of them because if you're evicted in this city, you know where you're living? In your car. You're not even living at the roadway inn anymore because it's full. So I just want to say, I don't even know how many times we can say this. How do you all live with yourselves? The ones of you who are not going to support what they have asked for. Every single thing. If you can come up here and commit generations of people to paying off the infrastructure for the East Bank neighborhood and the Titan Stadium, you can sure as hell give these people what they've asked for. And those of you who don't and who are running for election, this energy is not going anywhere. August 3rd is coming, and you will not be reelected if you do not give people what they need to survive. And if you don't do it, people will take things into their own hands. They will. So I ask you tonight, not for me, but for the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of people in this city who have been displaced already as well, give them what they need. Stand up like our mayor will not.
All right, thank you. All right, does anybody else speaking on this?
Just curious,
wait a minute.
if my council member was clearly speaking through some other talkers, is there a way to get him to watch the footage?
Ma'am, you've already spoken. So
I know. I'm just trying to get my council member to pay attention to people that are speaking.
Ma'am, we can't let you do that. Okay.
Ifani De Silva. Real quick, I'm also not a Metro employee or anything. I just love all these people out here. Hey, Alicia, that's my rep. Everybody, I just wanted to let y'all know that when we are here, we can see what you vote on, and we can take pictures of that. There are many pictures that we have taken, so we know how you voted on the Titan Stadium, which we've all talked about. All that housing that is coming in that stadium will not be for any of the people who have spoken tonight. No one can afford to live in there. So I just hope you feel the heat that we all feel from your decision.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on the budget? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roten, we are on BL 2023-1867. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And so I renew my motion for approval and a re-referral to Budget and Finance and for the 6/20 meeting.
All right, so Councilmember Roten has moved approval has moved for passage on second reading of the budget, BL 2023-1867, and then re-referral back on third reading to Budget and Finance, and this will be heard on June the 20th. Okay, that's the motion properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you have an amendment. Do you want to be heard on that?
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Like in previous years, I put it in the package just so people could take a look at it. It's a tool to hopefully get at some of the surplus general fund money for some purposes, but I won't move it tonight. I'll move it on third reading.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Some of us were talking on the row about could we get publicly sort of like what the amendment deadlines are for the budget, so members as we work through that.
Director Darby? Okay, she's pulling up the calendar.
The meeting is on, the meeting for third reading is on the 20th, therefore amendments would be due on the 16th. The substitute budget deadline for filing is on Wednesday, the 14th, for the substitute budget that the chair would file, Chair of Budget and Finance.
Councilmember Sledge.
So then, after the substitute, then if there were amendments desired to the substitute, when would that deadline?
The regular deadline for filing amendments is noon the Friday before the meeting.
Okay. So
And one thing that, we all need to be aware of is that there's a holiday that Monday. We had contemplated, no decisions have been made. If a decision is made to change that deadline, we'll let you know. But because of that holiday, we had contemplated moving the deadline a little bit earlier so that we could submit an amendments packet to the council on that Friday instead of the Tuesday of the meeting.
Gotcha. Do you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you have an idea of when you'll make that decision regarding that?
It will probably be at some point this week.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, council, and thank you, Vice.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sledge actually asked my question. It was just going to be if we could get some clarity around if that deadline was going to be moved or not in anticipation of the Juneteenth holiday. So thank you for answering that.
All right, thank you. All right, again, we are on a motion to pass Bill 2023-1867 on second reading, refer back to Budget and Finance, and it'll be heard on our third meeting in June, which is June 20th. Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're on the motion to approve, and again, refer BL 2023-1867. All those in favor of passage say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. All right, we are now on consent resolutions and resolutions. All right, I'm going to read the resolution, the items that are now currently on consent. Please pay attention to this because there's a number of them that are not. Some of them have to be re-referred back. All right, so these are the bills on consent. Item number 5, RS 2023-2193 is on consent. RS 2023-2195 is on consent. Item number 12, RS 2023-2200 is on consent. Item number 14, RS 2023-2202 is on consent. 2203 is on consent. That's item 15. Item 16, 2204 is on consent. Item number 17, 2205 is on consent. Item number 20, RS 2023-2208 is on consent. RS 2023-2209 is on consent. Item 22, RS 2023-2210 is on consent. Item number 23, RS 2023-2211 is on consent. Item number 24 is on consent. Item 26 is on consent. That's RS 2023-2214. Item number 27, RS 2023-2215 is on consent. Item number 28, 2216 is on consent. Item number 29, 2217 is on consent. RS 2023-2218 is on consent. RS 2023-2219 is on consent. That's item 31. Item number 32, RS 2023-2220 is on consent. Item number 33, RS 2023-2221 is on consent. Item 34, 2222 is on consent. Item 35, 2223 is on consent. Item number 36, 2224 is on consent. 2225 is on consent. That's item 37. Item 38, 2226 is on consent. Item 39, 2227 is on consent. 2228, which is item 40, is on consent. 2229 is on consent. 2230 is on consent. 2231 is on consent. 2232 is on consent. 2233 is on consent. And 2234 is on consent. All right, anything needs to be bumped off that calendar? Councilmember Bradford.
Number 44.
44? Okay, Councilmember Bradford has bumped 44. Anything else? Councilmember Van Rees.
45, please.
45, okay. Okay, anything else? All right, seeing none, we are on, going to read through the captions of the bills on consent. Item number 5, RS 2023-2193 by Councilmembers Roten and Syracuse. It's a resolution approving a total of $96,000 from a certain account of the Community Safety Fund for grants to various nonprofit organizations for South Nashville community safety programs. Item number 7 by Roten, Syracuse, Hurt, and others. RS 2023-2195, resolution accepting a grant from Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services through the General Sessions Court to provide the Tennessee Mental Health Court Program to include intensive court supervision, mental health treatment services, drug testing, substance abuse treatment, Treatment Services as an alternative to incarceration. Next item is item number 12, RS 2023-2200 by Roten, Wither, Syracuse, and others. Resolution accepting a Historic Preservation Fund underrepresented community grant for the U.S. Department of the Interior National Park Service to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Historical Commission to develop a countywide historic context for Nashville and Davidson County's 20th century African American districts. Item number 14, RS 2023-2202 by Councilmember Roten. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, acting by and through the Department of Finance to provide for reimbursement of COVID-related expense pursuant to Presidential Disaster Declaration. Item number 15, RS 2023-2203, Syracuse and Hancock. Resolution approving agreement between the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency and the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department to issue boating law enforcement commissions to selected members of the MNPD. Item number 16, RS 2023-2204, Roten, Syracuse, and others. A resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Family Safety to fund staffing positions to help manage the multidisciplinary needs of its clients. RS 2023-2205, Roten, Syracuse, and others. Resolution accepting a STOP fatality review grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to Metro, acting to the Office of Family Safety to promote a coordinated multidisciplinary approach to improving the criminal justice system's response to sexual assault, domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking crimes. Item number 20, RS 2023-2208. Roten, Syracuse, and others. Resolution accepting a grant for the Friends of Metro Animal Care and Control of the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to provide funding for emergency medical care for shelter animals. RS 2023-2209, Roten, Syracuse, Hurd, and others. Resolution accepting a Healthy Start Initiative eliminating racial, ethnic disparities grant for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to provide a variety of services in reducing infant mortality for pregnant and parenting women. Item number 22, RS 2023-2210, Roten, Syracuse, Hurd, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health provide breast and cervical cancer screening and diagnostic services to eligible individuals. Item number 23, RS 2023-2211, Roten, Syracuse, and others. Resolution approving amendments 1 and 2 to COVID-19 health disparities among populations grant from the Center of Disease Control to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to address COVID-19 related health disparities. Item number 24, RS 2023-2212, Roten, Syracuse, and others. Resolution approving amendment 4 to a grant for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentration of 2.5 for fine particulate matters. Item number 26, RS 2023-2214, Taylor, Roten, Pulley, and Hurt. Resolution supporting a permanent public art lighting installation in North Nashville and approving an application for a license agreement between the Metropolitan Government through NDOT and the state, acting by and through the TDOT, relating to the use of certain space on Arthur Avenue under the I-40, I-65 bridge. Item number 27, RS 2023-2215, Roten, Pulley, and Hurt. Resolution approving an intergovernmental license agreement entered into by the Metropolitan Government acting through NDOT and the state of Tennessee through the Commission of Transportation, granting NDOT permission to use a portion of the sound wall along I-40 on Carroll Street from Charles E. Davis Boulevard to First Avenue to install, operate, and maintain transportation artwork. RS 2023-2216, Roten and Pulley. Resolution accepting a donation from Metro Center North Owner LLC in the amount of $55,800 as a contribution towards infrastructure improvements in the vicinity of 550 Great Circle Road. Item number 29, Withers and Pulley, RS 2023-2217. Resolution authorizing First Watch Restaurants, Inc. to construct, install, maintain an air encroachment at 211 Commerce Street. Item number 30 by Councilmember Roten, RS 2023-2218. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Robert Newsom against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $14,000, amount to be paid from the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Item number 31, RS 2023-2219. Henderson, Roten, and others. Resolution approving an option agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Friends of Warner Park, authorizing the purchase of certain property owned by Friends of Warner Parks. RS 2023-2220, Roten, Syracuse, and Hurt. Resolution accepting a Project Safe Neighborhood grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Police Department to reduce gun-related violence in Nashville by using data and network analysis, funding additional staff overtime, and purchase added for forensic equipment. RS 2023-2221, Roten, Syracuse, and others. A resolution accepting a VOCA grant from the Department of Finance Administration with the state to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to fund additional staffing and enhance services and serve more victims of crime. Item number 34, Roten, Syracuse, and others. RS 2023-2222, resolution approving an application for a Community Policing Development Officer Recruitment Grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Metropolitan Government through the Nashville Police Department to increase the number of qualified applicants, retain current officers by creating a positive work environment that supports diversity and inclusivity. Item number 35 by Pulley and Syracuse, RS 2023-2223, resolution amending ordinance number BL 2021-694 as substitute to extend the completion date the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services has to prepare a stormwater master plan to July 1st, 2028. Item number 36, RS 2023-2224, Roberts, Roten, and others. Resolution approving participation agreement between Metropolitan Nashville Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Water and Sewer Services and Camden Development, Inc., provides stormwater infrastructure improvements to funding the design and construction of the improved stormwater system. Item number 37, RS 2023-2225, Parker, Withers, and Pulley. Resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2022-1418 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept additional sanitary sewer manholes, modify sanitary sewer mains and associated easements for 3 properties located at 2135 and 2141 Waterside Drive and 2200 Bowline Avenue. Item number 38, RS 2023-2226, Withers and Pulley. Resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2022-1079, authorize the Metropolitan Government to accept additional public sanitary sewer main sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 3631 Pinhook Road, also known as Hobson Pike. Item number 39, RS 2023-2227, Withers and Pulley, resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2022-1095 to authorize the Metropolitan Government to ban existing public water mains, modify the acceptance of potable public water and sanitary sewer mains and easements, and to update map and parcel information for now one property located at 725 Tulip Grove Road. Item number 40, RS 2023-2228, Councilmember Roten, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law compromise and settle the property damage claim of Laura Beth Bowles against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $21,850. Said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Item number 41 by Councilmember Roten, RS 2023-2229, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Christian Bennerman against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $54,178, amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Item number 42 by Councilmember Roten, RS 2023-2230, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Mitchell Barsati against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $170,000, amount to be paid from the self-insured liability fund. Item number 43, RS 2023-2231 by Councilmember Roten, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Josmer Jordan against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $21,000, said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. And item number 46, RS 2023-2234 by Councilmember Henderson, Johnston, Toombs, Welsh, and others, resolution recognizing June 21st, 2023 as AST Day in Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee. Those are all the bills on the consent calendar. Anything else needs to be bumped off? All right, seeing none. We've got lots of committee reports. Councilmember Roten, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved items 2023-2193, 2195, 2200, 2202, 2204, 2205, 2208, 2209, 2210, 2211, 2212, 2214, 2215, 2216, 2218, 2219, 2220, 2221, 2222, 2224, 2228, 2229, 2230, and 2231. 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered resolutions RS 2023-2200, 2217, 2219, 2224, 2225, 2226, and 2227. And we recommended approval of each of those, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hurd. This is public facilities. Anybody got that calendar? Got it, Councilmember Mendez? It's public facilities, and it's 2219. There she is. Councilmember Hurd. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Facilities, Arts, and Culture voted 6 in favor and 0 against in approval of RS 2023-2219.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety considered RS 2023-2193, 2195, 2203, 2204, 2205, 2208, 2209, 2210, 2211, 2220, 2221, and 2222. Recommend approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Rules confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules had 2232, 2234, and voted 4 in favor, none against on both.
All right, thank you. And Transportation, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation and Infrastructure recommended approval of RS 2023-2214 through 2217 and 2223 through 2227. 6 in favor, 0 against. And I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right. Councilmember Pulley has moved approval of the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda for resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Consent agenda resolutions passes. All right, we'll go back and pick up resolutions that were not taken care of on the consent agenda. First one up is item number 4, RS 2023-2187 by Councilmembers Evans, Stiles, Allen, and others. Resolution urging the Mayor's Office, Metro Health Department, Metro Homeless Impact Division, and Metro Social Services to evaluate housing pods purchased with COVID-19 epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant funds and create an action plan for their use. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Like committee reports, please.
All right. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, we recommended a 2-meeting deferral.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 4 in favor, none against, a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move a 2-meeting deferral, please.
All right. Councilmember Evans has moved a 2-meeting deferral, which would be, let's make sure we got this right. It would be July 6th. Okay, so
that's perfect.
Okay, is that right? All right. So this resolution will come up on July 6th. That's the motion, is to defer to that time. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay. We're on item number 6, RS 2023-2194 by Councilmember Roten, Hancock, Van Rees, and others. Resolution authorizing grants not exceeding $4,531,993 from the Barnes Fund for affordable housing and certain nonprofit organizations selected for the express purpose of constructing affordable workforce housing for older adults. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved. 13 in favor, 0 against. 1 present, not voting, abstention by Councilmember Van Rees, and I would move approval, and I'm assuming Councilmember Van Rees needs to abstain on this.
Yeah, I understand that. Councilmember Hauser, affordable housing.
Yes, affordable housing approved, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Roten moving approval.
Renew my motion.
Okay, Councilmember Roten moves approval, properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees will abstain, will be listed abstaining. The motion is to approve. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one is passed, and Councilmember Van Rees abstains. We are now on item number 8, RS 2023-2196 by Roten, Benedict, and Porterfield. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metropolitan Government, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, Police, and Fire Departments, effective July 1st, 2023. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The next 4 items all run with the budget, and they all will be deferred to 620. It's 2196. The Budget and Finance approved, 14 in favor, 0 against, for a deferral to June 20th.
To June 20th. Okay, so the motion is to, wait a minute, I need to get Government Operations. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In Government Operations, we likewise voted to defer these to June 20th for items RS 2023-2196, 97, 98, and 99. Okay. 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. All right, so the motion, Councilmember Roten, is to defer to June 20th on these resolutions?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll do them one at a time. We're on item number 8. All right, so the motion is to defer to June 20th, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, ready to vote. It's a deferral motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred to 620. Item number 9, Councilmember Roten, resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1st, 2023. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Renew my motion to defer till June 20th.
All right, so Budget and Finance Committee report.
14 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Benedict, you already gave it, but if you don't mind, give it again.
Sure. Government, 6 in favor, 0 against, to defer defer to June 20.
All right. And Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health.
Thank you. Public Health and Safety recommended deferral to the 620, 8 in favor, 0 against, with a re-referral back to the committee.
Okay. So I assume it's going to come back anyway because you all have to make a determination on it. All right. So Councilmember Roten, motion to defer to June 20th?
Yep. Renew my motion.
Okay. So the motion is deferred to June 20th, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. We are now on item number 10, RS 2023-2198 by Councilmember Roten, Benedict, and others. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health effective July 1st, 2023. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Thank you. Budget and Finance move to defer till June the 20th, 14 in favor, 0 against, and I make the motion to defer till June 20th.
All right. Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Government Ops voted 6 in favor, 0 against to defer to June 20.
All right. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
8 in favor, 0 against, defer to 620.
All right. Councilmember Roten has moved to defer to June 20th. That's properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to 620. And item number 11 of RS 2023-2199 by Councilmember Roten, Benedict, and Hurt, a resolution adopting annual salary increase for general officers and the sheriff of the Metropolitan Government. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance move to defer till June the 20th, 14 in favor, 0 against, and I move to defer till June the 20th.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, Government Operations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 6 in favor, 0 against to defer to June 20.
Okay. The motion is to defer to 620. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to 620. Item number 13, RS 2023-2201 by Council Members Mendes, Roten, Withers, and Allen. Resolution approving the activities and improvements eligible for tax increment financing, the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency Redevelopment District. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance move to defer till July the 6th, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning also moved to defer 2 meetings, which I think is July the 6th. 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Move to defer to July 6th.
Okay. Motion is to defer to July 6th. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 18. This is RS 2023-2206 by Council Members Porterfield, Roten, Syracuse, and others. A resolution approving the grant contract issued and entered into by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Planned Parenthood of Tennessee and Northern Mississippi for funds appropriated pursuant to Substitute Resolution RS 2022-1734, appropriating a total of $500,000 to the Metropolitan Government to the recipient. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 6 in favor, 2 against.
2 against, okay. Councilmember Porterfield, you're on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, the motion is to approve RS 2023-2206, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This resolution was already voted upon and approved in October 2022, and tonight's vote is merely to approve the grant contract allotted for the fiscal year 23 budget. Planned Parenthood of Tennessee and North Mississippi will use these funds to provide Metro Nashville citizens with preventative care options, including safer sex supply kits, family planning, and birth control counseling, and birth control options such as condoms, long-acting reversible contraceptives, birth control pills, or abstinence. This grant will provide free services to young people 19 and under, and it will provide menstrual products to students who cannot afford them. These funds will not provide abortions or help people travel for abortion care. They will fund non-judgmental, preventative, comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care to all people, including women, men, and especially our LGBTQ plus community, who we know are under attack. Planned Parenthood's doors did not close, and funding will be vital in the coming years as they double down on preventative care, including sex ed. Since we know that we are in a forced birth state here in Tennessee, it is imperative that we do everything we can to provide preventative services, including sex education services. And with that, I ask my colleagues to please support this legislation.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. The motion is to approve RS 2023-2206. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? All right. It got negative votes in committee, so I think we're on the board. Mr. Clark? All right, we're ready to vote. We are on, voting on RS 2023-2206. The motion is to approve. If you are for the resolution, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Anybody having any problems voting? Very good. Everybody in? Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 29, noes 4, 1 abstention. Resolution passes. Right. We are on item number 19, RS 2023-2207 by Councilmember Roten, Syracuse, and Welsh, a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government acting through the Board of Health to implement and coordinate activities and services related to HIV prevention, testing, diagnosis, treatment, and surveillance. Councilmember Roten, Syracuse, and Welsh are the sponsors. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Budget and Finance approved, 14 in favor, 0 against. I would move approval.
All right, Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public Health and Safety recommends approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so Councilmember Roten has moved approval of RS 2023-2207, properly seconded. Councilmember Hart has to abstain. So the motion is to approve. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on RS 2023-2207. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. With Councilmember Hurt abstaining, resolution passes. Okay. We're on item number 25, RS 2023-2213 by Councilmember Rotenhauser and Welsh. Resolution approving a total of $6,817,680 from Metro Social Services to various nonprofit organizations for the provision of services to those experiencing homelessness and to maintain housing opportunities. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance approved, 14 in favor, 0 against, and I'd move approval.
All right. Councilmember House or Affordable Housing?
Affordable housing, approved, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstaining.
All right. Councilor Mendes has to abstain. All right. So the motion is to approve RS 2023-2213. Is this a late file? Okay. And it's been properly seconded. There is a late filed amendment. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
All right. So Councilmember Welsh has moved to suspend the rules on the late filed amendment. Did it go to rules?
It did.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The rules had no issue.
All right. All right. So Councilmember Welsh is moving to suspend the rules to take up the immediate consideration of the amendment. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This amendment is basically a housekeeping amendment. There was some typos and a slight math error that we had to change 0 into 9. And I'd like to thank Hannah Zeitlin for her amazing skill in being able to, once we discovered this mistake in the committee, that she had it all fixed and ready to go in front of rules within about 10 minutes. So the amazing Hannah saved the day. And with that, I would ask my colleagues for approval on my amendment.
Ms. Zeitlin, you can take the rest of the night off. Okay. All right. So Councilmember Welsh is moving approval of the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Now we're on Councilmember Roten's bill as a resolution as amended. Councilmember Roten.
Renew my motion as amended.
Okay. So Councilmember Roten has renewed his motion to approve RS 2023-2213 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Again, Councilmember Mendez will be listed as abstaining. All those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye. Opposed, no. The resolution as amended is adopted. Mendez is abstaining. All right, we are now on, got this right, we're on item number 44, RS 2023-2232 by Councilmember Hurt and Welsh. Resolution honoring Vicki Yates upon the occasion of her retirement for the News Channel 5 network. Councilmember Hurt, you are recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
All right.
Oh, committee reports, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 4 in favor, none against.
All right. Now, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you. I move for approval and ask that we apply Murphy rule.
All right. Councilmember Hurt has moved for approval of RS 2023-2232. Properly seconded. The Murphy rule applies. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
That's what I was going to ask for.
Oh, okay. All right. Any other discussion on this one? All right. Are we going to ask Ms. Yates to actually appear at some point? All right. Thank you. All right. The motion is to approve the resolution. Again, properly second. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Everybody's listed as a sponsor. We're on item number 45, RS 2023-2233 by Councilmember Van Rees, Withers, Bradford, and others. A resolution recognizing Thursday, June 1st to Friday, June 30th, 2023 as the Nashville Pride Month, celebrating the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities and their enormous contributions to the quality of life in Nashville and Davidson County, and further recognizing the 35th anniversary of the first Nashville Pride event. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
It looks like you went to rules. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 4 in favor, none against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I am proud to bring this to this body for the 8th time, and with my friend, Mr. Withers over there. Something extremely emotional happened this morning for our community. But the arc of justice continues to bend, and I wanted to publicly thank Ms. Hall, Ms. Flannery, Ms. Brady, and Mr. Gilbert for positive votes this morning, and we will continue the fight. I would like my colleagues of the LGBTQ caucus to rise with me. In this resolution, it's the first time that we actually acknowledged ourselves as part of history. We are the first LGBTQ caucus of this council. It will not be the last. I believe there are 20 out folks running for Metro Council right now. There were 7, I think, when Brett and I ran 8 years ago. Further, I would like any other person in the room that has a family member that identifies in this community to take the moment of pride to stand with us as well. I'd also like those in the room that have someone that they love that is a member of this community to please stand. To the 6 to 10% of Davidson County that identifies in this community, look at this room. We love you. We will continue to love you. You are worthy. Happy Pride. With that, I ask for approval of this.
All right, so Councilmember Van Rees has moved for approval of RS 2023-2233. Councilmember Withers is will second it. Any discussion on the resolution? So none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution for passage say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. We have a late filed resolution by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will, I guess, do we need to suspend the rules before committee reports?
Well, it sounds it would have gone to rules.
Yeah.
Did you go? You went to the
We
rules
did go to
committee?
rules on this one.
All right, Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules did not have an issue with the rule suspension and then voted 4 in favor, none against on the merits.
All right, Councilman O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you. We'll need to move to suspend the rules.
All right, Councilman O'Connell is moving to suspend the rules to consider a late filed resolution regarding the CMA Fest.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
President.
objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules was suspended. You're on your resolution.
Great. Thank you. I'll move approval of the brief comment.
All right, Councilman O'Connell moves approval. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. This is not just any CMA Fest. This is the 50th, so we worked with CMA to appropriately recognize this and just wanted to have an opportunity to allow both the organization and the city to celebrate 50 years of the festival and encourage colleagues to support. Thank you. Renew my motion.
All right, Councilman O'Connell has renewed his motion to approve this late file resolution, again properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. All right, that completes the resolutions and the consent resolutions. We're now on bills on introduction, first reading. There are several measures that have to be removed. Let me see if I've got this right. If it's okay, I'm going to go through these and make sure that we've got these. Item number 48, Bill 2023-1883, is deferred automatically by Rule 21 until July 6th. Okay. Item number 49, Bill 2023-1884, is automatically deferred until July 6th. Is that right? Item number 49. This is by Councilmember Sledge, Benedict, and Welsh. Doesn't have to be. Okay. Does it have to be pulled? Okay. All right. This one? 53? No? Okay. Okay. Item number 59. Councilmember Lee, we're pulling item number 59, BL 2023-1894. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else? There are lots of bills on first reading. I think the next one is item number 104, Councilmember Van Rees, BL 2023-1939. Do we need to pull that?
Yeah, what's the item?
It is item number 104. It's BL 2023-1939. I think you need to be listed as abstaining.
That's correct. I do need to abstain from that.
Got it.
It's on page 33, man. I wasn't there yet. Thank you.
Sorry. Item number 133. BL 2023-1968. That's item 133 by Councilmember Rosenberg. I believe that has to be pulled. Is that right? Okay. Along with item number 134, Councilmember Rosenberg. Okay. Is that it? Okay. Does anything else need to be pulled off of bills on introduction, first reading? Anything else needs to be pulled? All right, then I'll entertain a motion to approve. I got a motion to approve all other bills on first reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of all bills that I didn't mention passing on introduction, first reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Those bills pass on first reading. All right, let's go down, back up and pick these things up. Item number 48, BL 2023-1883, by Councilmember Sledge, Roten, Johnson, Young, Roberts, Van Rees, and others. This is an order authorizing the Metropolitan Government's execution and delivery of an intergovernmental project agreement and lease agreements to the Sports Authority of Metro relating to the development and funding of an improved speedway facility prepared to be built on the Nashville Fairgrounds. Councilmember Sledge, it's my understanding it has to be automatically deferred by Rule 21 until July 6th. Okay, so this one's an automatic deferral. Then we are on Item number 59, Bill 2023-1894 by, I think Councilmember Lee may have signed on. Are you the lead sponsor now? Okay. By Councilmembers Lee, Roten, Withers, and Syracuse, it's an ordinance approving and authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or his designee to accept a donation of real property consisting of 5.08 acres located at 0 Carruthers Road. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to defer this until July the 6th.
Okay. So no passage tonight. We're deferring this bill into July 6th.
Thank
so
you.
The motion is to defer to July 6th, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? The deferral motion, all those in favor of the motion to defer say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred until July 6th.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see, next item is, this is the Van Reach one. Okay. Next one up is item number 104 by Councilmember Gamble. It's BL 2023-1939. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CS to MULA-ENS for properties located at 3976 Dickerson Pike and Dickerson Pike unnumbered. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized on the bill. All you're doing is moving it for approval on first reading. Councilmember Van Rees has to abstain.
Okay, thank you. Move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble is moving for approval on first reading of BL 2023-1939. Properly seconded. We're going to vote, but Councilmember Van Rees will be abstaining. All those in favor of the bill passing on first reading say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on first reading. Councilmember Van Rees will be listed as abstaining. And then the last, I think this is the last one. 133 and 134, these are by Councilmember Rosenberg. These BL 2023-1968 by Councilmember Rosenberg, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 1084 Morton Mill Road, at the current terminus of Morton Mill Road. And partially located within the floodplain overlay district to permit 417 multifamily residential units. And then item number 134, which is the companion bill, BL 2023-1969, ordinance authorized building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2023-1968. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so this one requires, I think it's Rule 19, requires the suspension of the rules. All right, so is there any objection to suspension of the rules? And we're suspending the rules to get this before us tonight. Is that what we're doing? Okay. So is there any objection to suspension of the rules to allow Councilmember Rosenberg to proceed? Any objection? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval of 1968 and 1969.
All right, so we're on items 133 and 134. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to approve both of those on first reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the two bills passing on first reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, I think that takes us to bills on second reading. Okay. There are several bills on the consent agenda. The first one is item number 160. It's BL 2023-1870 by Councilmember Roberts. Item 160 is on consent. 1871 is on consent. 1872 is on consent. 1874, which is item 164, is on consent. 1875 on consent. 1876 on consent. 1877 on consent. 1878 on consent. And 1881 on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off that consent calendar? All right, seeing none, here we go. BL 2023-1870 by Councilmember Roberts is item number 160. Ordinance to amend Title 7 of the Metropolitan Code, exempting from the arterial boulevard requirements of retail location near Charlotte Pike. Item number 161 by Broughton and Pulley, BL 2023-1871. Ordinance amending sections 15.32.210 and 15.44.070 of the Metropolitan Code to modify the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services reporting requirements. Item number 162, BL 2023-1872 by Councilmembers Roten and Gamble. Ordinance adopting the revised debt management policy for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Item number 164, BL 2023-1874 by Councilmember Murphy and Roten. An ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Education, State of Tennessee, on behalf of the Nashville State Community College. Item number 165, BL 2023-1875 by Roten and Syracuse. An ordinance approving an agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department and Lead Cameron to further youth outreach through activities of the Nashville Police Activities League. Item number 166, BL 2023-1876 by Councilmember Evans, Roten, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements and property rights by negotiation and condemnation for use in public projects of the Metropolitan Government. Item number 167, BL 2023-1877 by Councilmembers Young, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer easement right for property located at 1340 Plum Street. Item number 168, Bill 2023-1878 by Evans, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance to authorize the Metropolitan Government to accept new public water main and fire hydrant assemblies for two properties located at 5770 and 5772 Old Hickory Boulevard. And then item number 169, BL 2023-1881 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance authorizing County Owner LLC, County Owner Investment 1 LLC, to install, construct, and maintain encroachments in the right-of-way located at 521A, 8th Avenue South, and 1 Cannery Road. Those are the measures on the consent calendar on second reading. Anything needs Councilmember O'Connell.
I just want to make sure, Mr. President, I think I heard you say you started at 160, so 156 is not on consent, correct?
156 is not on consent. That's correct. Anything needs to be bumped off the consent calendar? Second reading. All right, I need some committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Items 2023-1871, 1872, 1874, 1875, and 1876 were all approved by Budget and Finance, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Suara, Education.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 1874 was recommended for approval, 5 in favor, 0 against. While 1875 is 6-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. BL 2023-1870 passed in the GovOps Committee, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered BL 2023-1876, 1877, 1878, and 1881, and we recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health.
This is second
reading? It's BL 2023-1875.
1875. Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Transportation, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation Infrastructure recommended approval of BL 2023-1871, 1876 through 1878, and 1881, 7 in favor and 0 against, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, there's a motion to approve the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the second reading consent agenda say aye. Opposed, no. The second reading consent agenda passes. We're now back on bills that were not on consent. Excuse me, item number 155 is the first one I've got on page 49, BL 2021-920. By Council Members Murphy and Nash, it's ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains and easements and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 3 properties located at 5540 Oakmont Circle and 262 and 264 White Bridge Pike. Councilmember Nash, I think you've got to take this one, and it's automatically deferred by rule. So
it's deferred by rule.
It's automatically deferred. I'm not even sure if it got to planning and zoning, but it's automatically deferred by rule. Okay.
Makes it easy.
It'll show up on the June 20th, I think, calendar. Okay. Item number 156, BL 2022-1449 by Councilmember O'Connell, Parker, Benedict, and others. Ordinance creating a Chapter 2.153 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, establishing a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to withdraw with a brief comment.
You want to withdraw or move to withdraw?
Well, can I comment if I just withdraw?
If you just withdraw, I'll let you comment.
I'll do that then.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell is withdrawing this, just saves the motion, is withdrawing the item number 156. Discussion, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are withdrawing this because we got some really great feedback from members of the Vision Zero task force, and this had been deferred out to allow that to happen, but it's in the place where if we defer it again, it would go back into indefinite. Started with a clean bill with all that feedback. That is what's on first reading, so would encourage anyone who sponsored this to jump on the bill on first reading when you get a chance, and I will pull up that bill number for anybody. I'll have the council office send a wrap. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. So the bill is withdrawn. We're on item number 157, Bill 2023-1857 by Councilmember Rosenberg. It's ordinance to amend Section 10.68.020 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to fireworks. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Syracuse.
Public health and safety.
You need glasses?
Maybe.
Yep.
Recommended, it's 4 in favor, 4 against, with amendments 1 and 3.
With amendments 1 and 3.
Well, all right. So amendments 1 and 3 were recommended for approval. Amendment 2 was 4 in favor, 4 against.
Okay, so 1 and 3 got recommendations for approval. Amendment 2 was a tie, and then on the overall bill as amended, it was 4 and 4. So it's
aye.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Amendment 1, please.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg is moving amendment number 1, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this legislation allows the safe use of fireworks under certain conditions only for the 4th of July. Firework use is 100% illegal now, but the reality is a large fireworks shooting community either doesn't know it's illegal or doesn't care it's illegal. Every single one of them. So the reason is we have this law in the books, but we don't enforce it. As a result, it's a free-for-all. So this proposal sets specific parameters under which use, but never the sale, of fireworks would be permitted, and there are possible benefits. One is the possible reduction of 911 calls on the 4th of July. The second is giving those who would like to shoot fireworks and follow the law a sensible set of guidelines like we did with home-based businesses. And it comes without drawbacks, just the opportunity to, for 10.5 hours a year, match up the law with reality. That brings us to this amendment, which changes the hours permitted under the bill. Under the original, you okay? Under the original bill, it allows use on July 3rd through 5th until 11 p.m. This amendment allows safe use only on the 4th and only until 10:30 p.m. And I move approval.
All right, so you've heard the explanation. Councilmember Rosenberg is moving amendment number 1 on the bill. Properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm trying to debate if I want to talk about the amendment or just wait till everything goes through and then talk about the bill itself. So I think I'll just wait till we get through the amendment part and then come back to me.
Okay. On the bill. Okay. Anybody on the amendment? Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this is on the amendment. It still has that the fireworks are allowed at noon. I don't know of anybody that shoots off fireworks at noon. I was just wondering if the sponsor had any, questions or reasoning behind why the window starts at noon and ends at 10:30.
I'll turn that one over to Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Yes, it reflects what other municipalities do, and I believe it has to do with sparklers.
Okay. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the sponsor including the mention of veterans and how fireworks can be stressful for them, and I'd like to support this amendment. 1.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on the amendment? All right, we'll try this by voice vote. We're on amendment number 1. All those in favor of amendment number 1 on BL 2023-1857 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Amendment number 1 is on. Amendment number 2, Councilmember Rosenberg.
If it's okay, Vice Mayor, could we do Amendment 3 first?
Okay, by me. Councilmember Pulley, you're on amendment number 3. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move Amendment 3 with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley is moving amendment number 3 to BL 2023-1857. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This simply changes the language in the current bill to make every reasonable effort to contain the use and explosion of the fireworks. It eliminates that and just says it demands that it contains the use in the fireworks to the user's property, and then creates a separate section to make every reasonable effort to contain the debris on the user's property. So it's designed to contain the fireworks and make efforts to contain the debris. So with that, I'd ask your approval.
All right. So you've heard the explanation of the amendment by Councilmember Pulley. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on Councilmember Pulley's amendment? Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of amendment number 3, say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so I've got one other, but the amendment passes. Amendment number 3 passes. Okay, so we've got approval of amendment number 1 and 3. Councilman Rosenberg, you're on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to move Amendment 2, though, frankly, I don't really support it. The intent is to allow the body the option of sunsetting this bill after this 4th of July, meaning that in order for it to remain in effect for next year, the Council would have to affirmatively approve its extension. So all this amendment does is make this effective only on the 4th of July this year, and I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg reluctantly is moving approval of amendment number 2, properly seconded. Discussion on amendment number 2. Councilmember Lee, on the amendment? On the bill? Anybody on the amendment? Councilmember Parker.
I guess for Director Darby, like if we passed this without the sunset, the affirmative sunset requirement in order for it to continue, like we could still go back and undo this. Like fireworks enthusiasts don't get like a vested interest in shooting fireworks off on the 4th here. Like we can always go back and change the code later. Is that?
Yes.
Even under Tennessee law with the vested interest?
You would be yes, you would be able to repeal this ordinance or change it somehow in the future. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I spoke against this one in committee. If this happens this year and we don't like it, the body doesn't like, whatever body is elected in August doesn't like it, the community doesn't like it, we could always go back and vote it down and change it. If it is successful, we are kind of clipping its wings. If it's successful, we're having to come back and re-vote on it, which really doesn't make sense if it's successful. If it doesn't work, then we can address it in with the next council. So I'm going to vote against it. But I appreciate the sponsor for trying to do everything he can to make sure that the legislation passes. So, and his hard work on it.
All right. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the sponsor, so are you only patriotic just for this upcoming 4th of July and no other future 4th of Julys?
TBD.
And supposing said legislation passes, will you be hosting a firework shooting extravaganza in Bellevue?
I would welcome anybody to my neighborhood where there are dozens of very extensive fireworks displays that go on the 4th of July.
All right, thank you. I don't see the point to only do this for 1 year. I mean, we either need to, you either do it or you don't, and then people can come back. And this is what I told someone is, in 10 years or less, someone will reverse whatever this council does. In another 10 years, they'll reverse it. Because every city I know of around Middle Tennessee goes back and forth on fireworks and when to do them and all of that. So, my goodness, let's just do it. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Sledge.
Thanks. I wanted to clarify sort of the process questions here. So according to this amendment, so it'd be sunset unless there was a resolution of council, so a one vote. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, but then if
to continue it.
To continue it, right. if the council decided that it did not want to do this the next year and this provision were not in, would that require an ordinance?
Yes.
So it would be a 3-reading ordinance.
Yes, it would be to repeal the ordinance you would need.
So colleagues, I might suggest that this is actually helpful as an amendment, because if the council next year wants to do this, all they have to do is a 1-vote resolution. The council finds that this is very detrimental and wants to undo it, it will take them a month and a half at least to undo it. So that's, I would recommend putting this amendment on. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Swope, you recognize.
This question.
Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We're voting just on the previous question, not on the amendment. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We will try this by voice vote. We're on amendment number 2 by Councilmember Rosenberg. It's been properly seconded. If you're in favor of the amendment, you'd vote aye. Opposed, no. All those in favor of amendment number 2 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
We're on the board. Okay. You ready? All right. The clerk is ready. We are voting on amendment number 2. If you're for the amendment, you'd vote aye. If you're against, you'd vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay. Everybody's in. Mr. Clerk, close machines. Take the vote. This is on the motion to approve Amendment 2. Ayes 24, noes 9, 1 abstention. The amendment passes. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your resolution with 3 amendments on it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, we are on the bill as amended. This bill allows only the safe use of fireworks, only by an adult on their own property, on or with the permission of the property owner only, on the 4th of July, only between noon and 10:30 p.m. This bill will have effect for 10 and a half hours, which is about what we've spent debating it so far. You'll find on your desk a letter from, credit to Councilman Pulley, you'll find on your desk a letter from Stephen Martini, our Emergency Communications Department Director, in support. MNPD did not take a position and NFD expressed concerns, but what their testimony really highlighted is that they're unable to respond to most fireworks calls on the 4th. What that means is the 911 center gets a call, the resident is told police or fire will be coming out, and nobody ever shows up. That increases frustration with Metro, decreases confidence in our first responders. All this does is create some guidelines. You're going to hear from 4 speakers who are opposed to it after I'm done speaking. But I want you to keep in mind that all this does is allow people to do what's happening already. There aren't a bunch of people sitting at home saying they wish they could shoot off fireworks, but there's an unenforced ordinance against it, so they're not gonna. This is a small change. It has minimal effect. It reflects the realities of across our county. It lasts for 1 day, and I move approval.
All right, so I got a motion to approve on second reading Bill 2023-1857 as amended, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and to the sponsor, who I have tremendous love and respect for. I just can't support this bill. I think it's a bad idea. It's a bad precedent for us to say, well, we can't do anything about it, so just willy-nilly have at it and do what you want, and we'll give you 10 hours to do it. It is a nightmare already come sundown on the 4th, for me also on New Year's Eve. If you tell someone that they can do it now, someone's going to morph it into, we can do fireworks whenever we want, and anytime there's a holiday. There's so much trash and debris left over. It's a lot. I get a lot of complaints. I'm sure everyone gets complaints. The solution is not to tell people we just can't do our jobs. We need to figure out how we enforce this, not give people a pass for a day. So I hope that you all would consider this, and so that we don't have to come back and do something ridiculous like a resolution or ordinances. Let's just not do it at all right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nash.
I too have great love and respect for Councilman Rosenberg.
Lies.
But the fire department doesn't support this. The police department does enforce some of the fireworks issues if there's an indication that they're using them to endanger somebody, and after hours when things start to settle down and they're not just covered up with calls. Truly, I kind of like Councilmember Stiles says, I do think that the prohibition does keep some people from doing it. I used to use it as an excuse with my kids. Look, it's illegal. We're just going to go downtown and watch the fireworks, or we'll go over to St. Edward's when Father Breen used to have the big fireworks show, and enjoy the 4th that way. I know the fire department's worried about medical calls. You're going to have increased injuries from, we know what happens when the kids get going with the fireworks. I understand Council Member Rosenberg kind of pragmatic approach to this, but I don't think it's the right approach.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Nash. I've got Councilmember Lee.
Yes, thank you, sir. I can read the room and the comments, so I think this looks like it's going to pass, but I would like to get some comments on the record because I have been contacted by quite a few people about this, and not just the emails that you all have been getting as well, but from my own constituents as well. I have, some of you don't know, I work up on the state level sometimes, and I have seen too many times when bills open a little corner or say it's just for this county, and all that does is let a toe get in, and then the whole foot, and the next thing you know, the whole body hops in. I don't think that this is good by saying people do it anyway, so now let's open it up to make it, even though it's for a limited time, that you can just do it. I don't think we should give that excuse, even though I have gone out and listened to fireworks and watched them. I won't say I haven't, but I don't want to vote on this. I can't support this. One thing that I haven't heard, and this isn't personal, sir, but this is personal for me. All the 4th of July, the day after when folks are still doing stuff, my 2 four-legged babies are running over the house, losing their doggone minds because of all of the fireworks. So that was something else that I want you all to think about as you're listening to this. Everybody's has their own concerns, but nobody spoke up for the little four-legged ones. I'm sorry, I can't support this, but I did have to put that out there because I've had people contact me, and so I wanted to get some of this on the record. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There was a lot of discussion about this in committee at the last meeting and also this meeting. As has been stated earlier, the fire department has many serious concerns about increased fire hazard as a result of this bill. The police department, it has been stated that the intent is so that when people call and complain about fireworks, they won't expect a response from the police, but even MNPD feels like they're going to get calls anyway. We're going to get calls. People are going to complain. And not to mention, fireworks in my area start in June.
And so I have concerns that this could just increase fireworks overall throughout the entire month as people are seeing that they are allowed to do them on the 4th. So for those reasons, I am voting in opposition of this bill, and just want to make that clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm standing in opposition to this bill tonight. You know, there's been several instances in my own neighborhood where residents are firing off large commercial-size fireworks at 2 a.m., waking us up from a dead sleep and shaking the house. This bill is not going to fix that. That's not going to change that because we can't enforce what we've got now. And the excuse that, well, people are doing it anyway, so let's just legalize it. We have people out on our streets speeding and breaking speed laws. Should we legalize speeding? We have people out there shooting and murdering one another, which is illegal. But should we go ahead and make that legal since people are doing it? No. So I don't see any positive benefit to this city by saying, well, you know, let's go ahead and just make fireworks legal for one day and one day only, because people are not going to follow that. We need to be investing in making sure that our law enforcement and first responders have the resources they need so they can get out here and they can enforce the laws that we have on the books. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hart.
Well, I'm a little bit confused because my Councilman Rosenberg has made a phone call to me because my dog was barking and some of the neighbors were not happy. Now he is sponsoring a bill for my dog to bark even more. So I don't know if he's going to call me and say, put a muzzle on your dog, or he just want her to just bark inside the house. So I am going to have to stand in opposition of this bill. But I love you, Councilman Rosenberg.
Well, Councilmember Rosenberg, you're next. You sort of spoken on the bill. Well, so that's why I'm going to let you speak. But you're only really supposed to speak on the fact that you were called out. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt, this is a long plan to annoy your neighbors further. It's actually just very complex. The good news, Councilmember Hurt, is that none of the things that folks are concerned about that they've mentioned so far have any bearing on this bill, because everything they talked about is still going to be illegal. So I would just like to point out that, yes, shooting fireworks at 2 a.m. is still going to be illegal, and shooting off commercial fireworks still going to be illegal. And all we're trying to do is reduce the burden during those hours so important calls can get answered and so people don't feel neglected. 10.5 hours, not changing anything else.
Councilmember Swope.
Previous question, for God's sake.
Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. All right, so we are voting on BL 2023-1857 as amended for passage on second reading. Okay, just needs a majority tonight. It's been properly seconded. I think we need to be on the board. Okay, so Mr. Clerk. All right, so we are voting, it's a motion to pass the bill on second reading. The bill has been amended 3 times. So if you support the bill on second reading, you vote aye. If you're opposed, you vote no. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. No. Everything's in. Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 13, noes 20, 1 abstention. The motion fails. The bill fails on second reading. Okay.
You need to get your vision back.
We are now on item number 158. Bill 2023-1868 by Councilmember Roten and Gamble. It's an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2023-2024 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This goes along with the budget. I'd like to, Budget and Finance, I'd like to move it and re-refer it back to Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance approved, 13 in favor, 0 against for the approval and the re-referral.
Okay, so your motion is to pass on second reading and then re-refer it back to budget, and then it'll show up on the June 20th calendar.
That is correct.
Okay, that's the motion, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. Again, we're passing it on second reading. This is the tax levy. Passing on a second tonight, re-referring it back to budget. It'll show up on June 20th calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to pass, re-refer, show back up on June 20th. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're on item number 159, Bill 2023-1869 by Councilmember Pulley and Young. Ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 77, Article 1 of the Metropolitan Code regarding renewal of entertainment transportation certificates of public necessity and convenience and entertainment transportation vehicle permits. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Transportation is yours.
And we recommended a 2-meeting deferral to July the 6th meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so what do you want to do? You've got 2 amendments.
Yeah, well, what I want to do is we're still working through language on the amendments and working through the bill itself, meeting with stakeholders. So I do not want to move either of the amendments. I just want to defer everything 2 meetings. So I'd make that motion to defer the bill without moving the amendments for 2 meetings.
All right, so the motion is to defer item number 159, Bill 2023-1869 for 2 meetings, show up on July 6th, right? Okay, so it's 2 meetings, not counting the one, the special meeting next week. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer to July 6th, say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is approved. Okay, I think, there's one more. Item number 163, BL 2023-1873 by Councilmember Roten. This is an ordinance creating the positions of a whole host of new things. Accounts Payable Special 1, Payable Specialist 2, Accounts Payable Specialist 3, Attorney 1, Attorney 2, Attorney 3, Attorney 4, and a host of other positions. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This again goes along with the budget. I'd like to move approval with a re-referral back to budget for the 6/20 meeting and Budget and Finance to approve, 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Government Operations, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Unlike here, I had to read every one of those titles in committee.
Do you want me to do that?
It's up to you. I was told after I did by Councilmember Young that I had missed one of them, so I would just warn you to be cautious. He's watching.
What was your committee report? And then I may let Councilmember Young read all of these.
We voted in favor 7-4-0 against for passage with a re-referral to the committee.
Okay, Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on the bill.
Renew my motion.
All right, so the motion is to pass on second reading and re-refer it back to both committees. Okay, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, I think that takes care of bills on second reading. We are now on bills on third reading. There's not many of them. Let's see. It looks like oh, that can't be on. Hold on just a second. Okay, there are 6 bills on the consent calendar, starting with item number 172. BL 2023-1837 is on consent. Let me see. 1837 on consent. 1861 is on consent. 1862 is on consent. 1863 is on consent. 1864 is on consent, and 1865 is on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off of the third reading consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we're on item 172, BL 2023-1837, which is a companion bill. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023. Councilman, before I go there, Councilman Rosenberg, okay to put this on consent? Because we took 1836 off. Councilman Rosenberg?
Off consent, please.
Off consent, okay. So 172 comes off of consent.
All right, thank you.
That's okay. Okay, so the first bill on consent is item number 175, BL 2023-1861, by Toombs, Roten, Hurd, and Swar and Welsh. Ordinance approving an agreement between the Metropolitan government acting through the Department of Parks and Recreation and Tennessee Football, Inc. to allow Tennessee Football, Inc. to establish a program campaign to support efforts to make improvements to the Luby Community Center. Item 176, BL 2023-1862 by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance readopting the code of the Metropolitan Government prepared by Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental replacement pages thereof, permanent nature enacted on or before December 22nd, 2022. She is not here. On Murphy. All right. It's just the pages. It's the enactment of the pages. If you want to sign on to the bill, then you can handle it. Okay. So Councilmember Benedict is being nice enough to sign on to this bill because Councilmember Murphy's not here. This is BL 2023-1862. Murphy and Benedict, again, it's the replacement pages. Item number 177, BL 2023-1863 by Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 5 properties located on Split Log Road in Bennington Place in Williamson County, also known as Taub Subdivision. Item number 178, BL 2023-1864 by Withers and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 9928 Maupin Road in Williamson County. And also item 179, BL 2023-1865 by Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 2108 12th Avenue South, also known as Alley 951 Sewer Extension. So those are the 5 bills that are on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off? Seeing none, all committee reports are in on these 5. Councilmember Swope, motion to approve. Got a motion to approve all bills on third reading consent, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the third reading consent calendar say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent calendar passes. Okay, we'll go back and pick up the bills on third reading. Item number 170 by Councilmember Parker, BL 2023-1711. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling the institutional overlay for various properties west of Gallatin Avenue, north of Douglas Avenue, located within the Nashville Auto Diesel College Institutional Overlay District. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think we heard committee reports on this previously.
They're all in.
Thank you. We need to defer this at the request of the developer and property owner, hopefully just one more time to the June 20th meeting. Okay. So I'll move a 1 meeting deferral.
The motion is to defer to the June 20th meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This one's deferred to June 20th. Next item is item number 171, BL 2023-1836 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning on a portion of property located at 6010 Pasquo Road, approximately 520 feet south of New Nahi Trail, 5.3 acres. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the timely filed amendment, please.
All right, so there was a timely filed amendment and a late filed amendment. You're moving the first one, which is in the packet. Councilmember Rosenberg is moving amendment number, I think it's 1. properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a page missing from the SP for 6210 Pasco Road, and this just fixes that.
Okay. So the motion is to approve amendment number 1, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilor Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules to introduce the late filed amendment, please.
All right. So there was a late filed amendment by Councilman Rosenberg. Go to rules.
Yes, there was no issue.
Okay.
I report reliably.
I'm making sure that you report it. Anybody else in rules, just verify. Just kidding. All right, so Councilman Rosenberg is moving to suspend the rules to get this late filed amendment before us. Any objections on suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules were suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move that amendment that just increases the side setbacks.
Okay. Councilman Rosenberg has just explained the amendment. It's before you. He's moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment of this late filed amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of the late filed amendment by Councilman Rosenberg say aye. Opposed, no. Late files on as well. You've got 2 amendments. Councilman Rosenberg, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval.
All right, so we're on item number 171, BL 2023-1836, as with 2 amendments on it. Councilman Rosenberg has moved for approval on 3rd and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on item number 171? It's BL 2023-1836. Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill for passage on 3rd and final reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill's adopted. We're now on the companion bill, which is item 172, BL 2023-1837 by Councilman Rosenberg, an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2023-1836. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilman Rosenberg, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval with no amendments whatsoever.
All right. So Councilman Rosenberg has moved approval of BL 2023-1837 for passage on 3rd and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill for passage on 3rd and final reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on 3rd and final reading. We're on item number 173, bless you, BL 2023-1859 by Councilmember Withers, Roten, and Vercher, an ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and Nashville Classical Charter School. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Withers has moved approval of the bill, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Okay, we'll try this by voice vote. All those in favor of the bill for passage on 3rd and final reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, so there's a no vote, so we're on the board. Mr. Clerk? We are voting on BL 2023-1859 for passage on 3rd and final reading. Councilmember Withers has moved approval. If you're for the bill, you'd vote aye. If against, you'd vote no. Clerk, you ready? All right, Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. We are voting on BL 2023-1859. Everybody's in? Mr. Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Ayes 28, no 6, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on 3rd and final reading. Okay. We're on item number 174, BL 2023-1860 by Councilmember Roberts, Roten, Withers, and others. Ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and Nashville Prep. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I stand in support of this. It's just approving an 8-year lease between MNPS and Nashville Prep. This is a school that's been in my district since 2013, and the school serves 200 students who, several of them wrote me very sweet little letters, which I'm happy to share. Their grades 5 through 8. Nashville Prep was designated as a reward school and ranked in the top 10 across the city for growth among students of color in both ELA and math scores. The school board unanimously approved this, and I ask for your approval.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts is moving approval of BL 2023-1860 for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Councilmember Hancock.
I was just wondering if Councilmember Roberts had the letters with her. I'd like to hear one.
Councilmember Roberts.
Well, yes, I do. Let me find the one that's the shortest. How about that? Dear Mary Carolyn Roberts, we at Nashville Prep thank you for all you do. This school wouldn't be what it is today if it weren't for you. I learned so much, and I came in first in September. The teachers care and taught me what I learned now, plus scoring a 223 on the reading map test and a 222 on math. I appreciate all you do for us. 7th to 8th grade scholar Jabin Jones. How sweet is that? You're welcome. I have a lot more if you'd like to read them.
All right. Anybody else on this one? All right, Mr. Clerk, we're on the board. We are voting on BL 2023-1860 for passage on third and final reading. If you're for the bill, you'd vote aye. If you're opposed, you'd vote no. Ready? Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, Mr. Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Ayes 29, noes 4, 0 abstentions. The bill passes on third and final reading. All right. I believe that concludes our calendar. The motion, Councilmember Syracuse, recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just real quick, I wanted to remind council members that next Wednesday, the 14th, begins our 3-meeting series on school safety and gun violence. And I would just ask that you help spread the news about these meetings, and specifically the link that gives our neighbors the opportunity to submit comments, questions, and concerns, so we can make sure that our presentation addresses all those. It's going to be very robust. A lot of time has gone into it. I want to thank council staff for their extraordinary efforts in helping to put this together. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Okay, so remember, next week we meet on the 13th. We have 3 meetings this month. We have to get the capital improvements budget passed by June 15th. So we will be adjourning until June 13th. All right. So the motion is to adjourn to June 13th. Can I have a motion? Proper motion, proper second. All in favor of the motion to adjourn to June 13th, say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
The council has now concluded about a 4-hour and 40-minute meeting. It was 58 pages long for the agenda, 179 items. The biggest amount of time spent tonight were public hearings on both the capital improvements budget and the operating budget, both of which are before the council. A total of about over 70 people testified or gave public hearing about this. They each had about 2 minutes to speak. Quite a few more on the operating budget, which is usually the case. The capital budget is a planning document, and there was some conversation about that tonight, a request from a number of people who came in and said they wanted to see a master study done for what is the Highland Rim forest that goes out around a good bit of Davidson County. They want to have that studied. It may be something they want to preserve. Several 100,000 acres. There's several 100,000 acres, at least 10,000 acres or more they might want to preserve in parkland, and a lot of it's not buildable in the first place, but that's something that the council will perhaps add into the capital improvements budget. Anything Metro's going to do in terms of a capital project, they must it must be somewhere in that budget. Now, this budget doesn't spend any money. The council will still have to appropriate that money later to actually have a master plan or any other things that are in the capital budget, but that's what they did for tonight. We had a lot of the speakers tonight who spoke on the operating budget, particularly a lot of concern for Metro employees, that the amount of pay raise that's being offered them this year, which is roughly 4% by Mayor Cooper, along with 3% step raises that some Metro employees, particularly in their early years, get each year. A lot of Metro employees don't get that. A lot of Metro employees saying they feel like the government's subsidizing, running the government off their backs. They feel like they can no longer stay in the counties that they work in because they can't afford to get the rent and pay their bills and do everything else with the amount of money Metro's paying them. Also, more requests tonight for more money for arts, lots of other things, more money for libraries, lots of other things, including a group that they talked a lot about the people's budget tonight and how they need more participatory budgeting so more people can be involved, not just something that the council itself does. The council has been using more of a participatory area for the budget going forward, but some of that money is relatively small in terms of the overall budget, which is $3.2 billion, and it's about 6% from last year. At this point, the budget passed on second reading. It'll be considered by the council at its next regular meeting that's set for June 20th, 2 weeks from tonight. The capital improvements budget will be coming up next week. Metro Charter requires the capital budget be approved each year no later than June 15th. That special meeting will be held a week from tonight on June 13th. That'll meet that requirement. There'll probably be some amendments added to that, maybe some other things added into it, maybe some changes in the amount of money, maybe in some cases the funding, but we'll see what happens on that. But that will be a special meeting, should be a relatively short one, at least by council terms. Under the resolutions tonight, the council deferred for 2 meetings, a request that the council would go on record asking the mayor's office, the Metro Health Department, Metro Homeless Impact Division, and Social Services to use some $1.2 million worth of housing pods that were purchased during the pandemic to be used to house the homeless. Instead, some of these pods have already reportedly been used for the National Rescue Mission. The rest have been in storage. The council deferred this for 2 meetings, so it'll come up on July 6th, and the council meets then. That's not the normal first Tuesday, but because 4th of July is on that Tuesday, the council meeting will be on July 6th. The council will take that up again after a 2-meeting deferral. Council did approve a bill that would allocate $4.5 million from the Bonds Fund for Affordable Housing to 2 nonprofit groups, Urban League of Middle Tennessee and the Woodbine Community Organization, for the express purpose of constructing affordable or workforce housing for older adults. The council also approved a $300,000 grant from the state to Metro General Sessions courts to provide intensive court supervision, mental health treatment services, drug testing, and substance abuse treatment services as an alternative to incarceration. Also approved a $320,000 grant from the state to implement and coordinate activities and services related to HIV prevention, testing, diagnosis, treatment, and surveillance. Also accepted a $1 million grant to address ethnic and racial disparities by providing a variety of services and reducing infant mortality for pregnant and parenting women. Also, we accepted a nearly $58,000 grant to do a field survey and a compilation of historical documentations of Nashville's mid-20th century African-American historical districts and the buildings aimed there to try to identify them and try to preserve those areas. Also, the city tonight accepted through the council an additional $18 million from federal and state governments to provide reimbursement for COVID-related eligible expenses back during the pandemic. They also approved a $500,000 to Planned Parenthood of Tennessee and Northern Mississippi for the agency to provide comprehensive sexual health education in Nashville and Davidson County, and to distribute safer sex supply kits, family planning counseling, birth control counseling, and other birth control products. No abortion being allowed here, no travel for abortion being allowed in this. The council had earlier talked about doing this. There was some controversy about it, but the council passed it on a voice vote tonight. Council approved a memorializing resolution honoring Vicki Yates for the occasion of her retirement from the News Channel 5 network. Recognized June as National Pride Month, and this year also being the 35th anniversary of Nashville Pride event in Nashville, the first one. Council also designated June 21st as Ask Day in Nashville. The Ask campaign is Asking Saves Kids. It encourages parents to add one more safety question to conversations before their child visits other homes, such as, is there an unlocked gun in your home? The council also approved a late resolution honoring the 50th anniversary of the Country Music Festival Festival, which is about to begin here in Nashville again this year in just the next few days. The council was set to perhaps consider a high-profile bill on first reading that would have created a public-private partnership with the owners of the Bristol Motor Speedway to renovate Nashville's historic Fairground Speedway and bring NASCAR back to town. That measure did include some potential bonds, some revenue bonds being used. The council is not allowed by its rules to consider anything like that during the budget process, so that's been deferred to the meeting on July 6th. The budget will have to be dealt with one way or the other before the 1st of July. The council must adopt the budget by June 30th, or what the mayor proposes, both his tax levy and the budget will automatically become law. That'll all be behind him at that point, and the council will take up the Speedway proposal, which has already had some controversy behind it. And now the owner of the MLS soccer team, which has its stadium right next door to the Speedway, is not happy about having that next door. In fact, it says putting the proximity so close together would be a recipe for disaster. We'll see what happens when that comes up in July. Under second reading tonight, the council deferred again for 2 weeks, 2 meetings till July 6th, a bill that would give the city's Transportation Licensing Board the ability to determine annually how many entertainment vehicles should be downtown and how many of those are in the public interest. The board also gives the right to renew or not renew these party vehicle license as the board seems appropriate. There are other amendments pending on this as well, perhaps even giving the council the right to give its approval if the Transportation Board decreases the number of party buses. But again, that has been deferred for further work by the council coming up in the first meeting in July. Other second reading bills tonight, the council considered again legalizing the shooting of fireworks in Davidson County. They are currently illegal, but this bill, as it was amended, would allow it at least for a few hours on July 4th. There are other amendments also pending that would require the owner of property to approve this, and also have the council approve to continue shooting the fireworks. They have to do that again before it happened again next year. But after looking at all that, the council finally decided this was not a good idea. They defeated the bill, 13 members for it, 20 against, with 1 abstention. Council also, on its final action of the night, approved 2 building leases for local charter schools. There have been some of the council opposed who believe charter schools drain money from the public schools. Supporters say charter schools are public schools and should be supported. Both bills received well more than the 21 votes needed for final approval tonight. One received 28 votes of approval. The other received 29. The council is now in recess. One other thing before we go out tonight, the council gave a moment of silence tonight for the late Nashville legislator Bill Beck, who died unexpectedly and tragically over the weekend from a heart attack. The council may be filling the vacancy temporarily, particularly because there's going to be a special meeting of the legislature coming up in August on gun-related issues. At this point, a special election has already been set in terms of the dates for that. They'll be coinciding with the Metro election. The primary for this to permanently replace, or at least for the rest of his term, Representative Beck's current seat, fill that seat. That'll be held. The primary for that in both parties will be held on August 3rd, along with the Metro election that day as well. And then if the general election for that will be held also in the runoff elections for Metro, both of those set for September 14th. We did not have the vice mayor tonight set any timetable for the council might do for an interim appointment, which is what they did for the Jason Jones vacancy when that happens. We'll see if that's indeed where the council wants to go. If they want to have somebody there to vote on those particular bills in the special session, the council will have to act on that. But perhaps the vice mayor did not feel this was a good time to do that tonight, since the death was so fresh, and in fact there have not been services held at this point. So we might see if that comes up at the next meeting and what the agenda or the time frame for that's going to be. The council again is in a recess until next Tuesday night, when it'll be in a special session to take care of the capital improvements budget, the final approval on that. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.